Ladies and gentlemen, good morning, and welcome to all of you to the SMME Summit. And before we proceed, let us just maybe observe the necessary protocols. Let me first start by acknowledging the MEC for Economic Development, Agriculture and Rural Development, Mr. Mpho Franklin Pakstau, the acting HOD in the Gauteng Department of Economic Development, which is GDEP, Ms. Dawn Robertson. Let me also welcome other senior members within the Gauteng provincial government present here today, without forgetting the leadership of all government institutions, agencies, state-owned entities, DFIs, which are all present here today. I also, it would be remiss of me not to acknowledge the corporate sector, the NGOs and the leaders who are present here today, and who have made sure that over the next 2 days we are able to run the session, because they graciously dug into their coffers to be able to make sure that they're able to support and ensure that the summit happens. Indeed, this shows that private sector governments, civil society have heeded the clarion call from the president to be able to work together to be able to achieve more. And I'm reminded of the African proverb, which says that if you want to go fast, you must go alone. But if you want to go far, we go together. So that's the social compact that the president, has described. Last but not least, ladies and gentlemen, let me also then welcome our special guests, and without whom today we would not have a reason to be congregated here. And these are the business owners who are extremely instrumental in the sustainable turnaround of this economy. For those who don't know me, my name is Andile Lungasofile, and I'll be your program director for the day. And it's truly an honor for me, to become of this, to be a part of this. Ladies and gentlemen, please, you will agree with me that this pandemic has brought about the so-called new normal, wherein we are now working from offices. We are now working from home, which have become our new offices. Schools are now at home, and this is all part of the the lockdown restrictions. Furthermore, and more applicable today is that you would have a business in Shawelo, which is now online, and it's part of the digital economy, now participating, globally. And therefore, that business in Shawela has now got the opportunity to have virtual offices in Chicago. So I would like to say good afternoon and good evening from where you are in the world. And I'm merely just showing what the possibilities are. Now, everyone will agree that, globally, 2020 has been an extremely challenging year of our lifetimes, in fact. If you just look at the first 6 months, the world in totality has endured multiple challenges, which of course, were including the pandemic, which has then had downstream effects in terms of the global economic crisis. I'm sure that many of you, ladies and gentlemen, were tuned in to the State of the Province, which was delivered only 2 or so days ago by the Honorable Premier David Makura in this week. And I think for me, what stood out, amongst other things, is the quotation which he gave from a Japanese writer, which wrote the book Cafe on the Store. And the quotation which he gave, and I think is very applicable, is open quote, is once the storm is over, you won't remember how you made it through, only how you managed to survive. You won't even be sure whether the storm is really over. But one thing is certain, when you come out of the storm, you will not be the same person who walked in. That is what the storm is all about. Ladies and gentlemen, in South Africa and in Gauteng, we are in the eye of that storm. And the numbers don't lie. If you looked at just some of the statistics which were released by Stats SA, which said that about 2.2 million jobs were lost in the second quarter of 2020. And that is only, about 14.1 million people which are employed in the country. And therefore, that means that that's been the lowest. But as South Africans, we've always proven that time and time again, we will come out stronger out of the storm, which I was speaking to you about. So let me maybe just, before I hand over then the reins, let me just maybe go through, some of the house rules which become important. So the first one is that it's going to be quite an extensive day. And one thing I would request from you as the participants is to make sure that you hold the speakers accountable. What do I mean by that? the chat box is your new best friend for today. So please make sure that you type in all of your questions and your comments, and there's certainly a team which is in the background, which will be able to assist in that regard. Of course, we won't answer each and every one of them. However, the ones that are the best ones, we will certainly be able to surface those. Now, I must request that let's not have state of the nation questions, or this one owes me a tender, or those kind of things. For us, what's going to be important is that you must be brief, you must be bold, and you must be gone. It's called the principle of BBG. Be brief, be bold, be gone. So your comments and questions must follow that. And also, what I'd also request is that make sure that you've got pen and paper and take copious amounts of notes. There will be those 1 or 2 aha moments that you have in the day. Please jot them down and then periodically just share them, because you never know, it might just also spark something which in someone else which they didn't necessarily think of. Of course, I mean, I would encourage for yourself to always make sure that you stay hydrated. You make sure that you've got water with you throughout the day. Make sure you stretch, as they say that you need to keep your body moving, because health is the new wealth. And lastly, then let me then direct to the speakers. So, speakers, I humbly request that we do not do any grandstanding. We do not do any of those, sales and marketing pitches. The country is burning. South Africa is in the eye of the storm. And therefore, in the back of your minds, please keep that before you're a leader in that entity, you're a citizen first. And therefore, these socioeconomic challenges and the social ills that plague the country affect you, and they affect your family first before your position. So therefore, what I would then ask is that we ensure that we've got 2 or 3, tangible commitments that, you're able to put to the fore and commit publicly. And these will be noted by the MEC and, his capable team, which are on the call, and therefore these, will be followed up. So I therefore then, would like to, wish everyone a successful summit, and we certainly look forward to the deliberations.
PPC support to the SMMEs. We are building stronger businesses in line with our ethos, strength beyond. We don't just sell a bag of cement, we go beyond, assisting communities, assisting SMMEs, providing technical support to SMMEs that cannot afford formal technical expertise. We use our resources within PPC to extend that beyond, to ensure that they provide quality products and services in their respective communities.
Me meeting PPC has been a very great move, because my branding company started getting a client from PPC, that is from a corporate. So that is a huge gap that they have actually closed. Because I started initially with the automotive, which is it kind of like delayed, and then I diverted into branding. That's when I actually met PPC.
The journey with PPC started through the Gauteng Economic Development Inaugural Summit, which was between the 5th and the 6th of December. Then the first operations, or the first load that we did with PPC, it was end of May 2020.
Our continued incubation recognizes companies like Style Africa Paving, ETT Mbele Project, Yakamuzi, 16, Etona, Go to Market, and there's various others that we've embarked on together. We've literally held their hands through the entire process to make sure that they embark on a successful business venture. We've assisted also in the not only in the cement manufacturing process or cement supply, but also in the logistics space that enables us to empower SMMEs to grow within the logistics space, moving commodities within the township areas.
We are always paid on time. If there will be technical issues, whether it's from the bank, they will be communicated prior to that. And then in regards to getting loans, they are also distributed fairly amongst all other contractors.
I choose from the local community, especially the ones that are coming up, and we actually empower them in terms of doing a quality work, that will actually satisfy our customers or our clients' expertise, as PPC has approved most of our work.
We empower the communities in which we operate in. That's an obligation, and as I mentioned, in many ways through CSI interventions or developing SMMEs within either the construction space, logistics space, or the industrial space.
What I would really like to say to the SMMEs, when you have an opportunity like this, don't be thinking of, no, I'm not going to make it or whatever. So what I would really like to say is that you keep on knocking, be persistent. And once you get it, keep that client and grow with that client. That is the only way that we will actually make it in life.
But then the most important part is making sure that the company as a whole is compliant. Whether be it SARS, your COID, when you're looking for opportunities, you cannot look for opportunities whereby your documents are not in order. That is the first thing that you should always be worried about.
You have the support of various corporates. I know in the Gauteng Economic Development Initiative, there are a number of large corporates that are supporting this initiative. And to SMMEs that are out there, please don't feel that you are alone. You have opportunities to tap into these resources and to get assistance in whatever initiative or entrepreneurship that you want to embark on. These resources are available, and please make use of it.
Going to ask you to We are live.
Thank you, team. And indeed, I'm sure that you would agree that, those videos were extremely inspiring. They showed that through, the difficult times that we are facing, that there are those gems, which are prevalent within our economy that are making sure that our economy turns and our economy runs. Before I introduce the next speaker, maybe just to put some things into context. So I had the privilege last year of being part of this, the SME Summit. So last year, of course, it was held in person. And so, we were at Gallagher Estates. And within that, I mean, if I just look at that, I mean, there were three things which, in my memory and my interpretation of the deliberations that, were the objectives. The one is, creating access to information. The second one is creating access to finance or access to finances. And then the third one is around access to markets for township-based SMEs. And I think that one of the key things that was said in that summit was that the difference between the summit and a conference is that there is continuity. So it's not a stop-start, but there's continuity, and that there's been programs which had been designed for the SMEs to be able to follow. And therefore, the stated intention was, in this summit to be able to present the results rather than the speak. Of course, then COVID happened. That, forced things to change. Businesses, corporates that had committed, to working together with their SMEs, they also had challenges, which I think we don't necessarily need to speak about, but, those are just the realities. And so the summit for this year then, the theme is around building resilient businesses, which I think is quite applicable, because the same way that we had the corporate sector, which was hugely disrupted in 2020, it continues.
Okay, thank you.
Will also then be, the same will apply for the SMEs. And therefore, hence I say that building resilient SMEs as a theme is very important. Now, what do I think that when you want to build resilient SMEs, what are some of the things that, you should be able to get? The one is obviously, again, is access to knowledge, access to skills and resources to be able to help these township businesses. Now, we take it for granted that, that the one pillar of access to information, information is there. Absolutely, information is there. It exists on how do you find funding, etc. But the point of the SME Summit was to make sure that we bring institutions together so that you've got a central point of information, of information repository, if you will. So while there is vast amount of information that exists, but how then do you bring that information together so that there's one central point? Again, we speak about creating access to finances now, and I'd like to be a bit controversial here and say that in my research, in my experience, that access to finance is something that exists, but however is probably not the most important thing. Because take for an example, if you have someone who is living in, again, let me take Shawela in the squatter camps, and overnight they're able to win the lottery. So they've got access to finances. However, they have not got the skill or the structure in there, within them to be able to not only accept the finances, but make sure that you plan the finances from a sustainability point of view. Now, taking that analogy, how does that apply to your business, to your small business? So if, for an example, your business does not even have a business account and you are running your business out of your savings account, therefore, you are then going to have those challenges. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I would therefore like to introduce the acting HOD, Ms. Dawn Roberts, and Ms. Dawn Roberts, just to maybe give a very brief profile. So she's the Chief Executive of Constitutional Hill Human Rights Precinct, and she started a career in arts and education before moving into executive management positions. And there's been various positions in arts, culture, heritage, tourism at both a national level and also at a provincial level. She's also had other challenges, and one of the greatest challenges, I'm led to believe, has been the coordination of the Gauteng 2010 FIFA World Cup, of which she was part of the technical task team. So without further ado, let's then hand over to acting HOD to take us through. Acting HOD, over to you.
Thank you so much, Program Director, Honorable MEC, our partners in the UNDP, our sponsors, esteemed guests, but most importantly, welcome to the SMMEs that are present with us today. Thank you for being here and thank you for being part of this amazing initiative. Today we are standing at a crossroads, I think, where generations will either read about us as the generation which was obliterated by the pandemic, or as the generation which bravely faced and fiercely fought the pandemic, defeated it, and positively changed the course of history. The recent statistics showed by Stats SA paints a really gloomy picture. The number of those without jobs grew by 7.2 million, which increased our unemployment rate to a record 32.5%. We have enormous challenges on our hands, and this is something that we as a department need to address with the utmost urgency. As a province, we have Gauteng growing Gauteng together. We call it the GGT 2030 profile, which outlines the plans of the province as a collective and the strategies we need to put in place towards 2030 targets that we have set for ourselves. As the Department of Economic Development, we're tasked with ensuring that by 2030, our goal of an inclusive economy creating 3.5 million jobs is achieved, a huge and enormous task which we are up to achieving under the leadership that we have. In his recent State of the Province address, our Premier, Mr. David Bakuru, had highlighted the fact that Gauteng had lost over 500,000 jobs and that about 40% of our businesses closed down, largely as a result of the pandemic. So it's our collective challenge to reignite the economy of the province, which by design, and we all know this, means that if we reignite the economy of the province, we're reigniting the economy of our country as well as the continent. And this is a mammoth task which we can't achieve alone. In the coming months as a department, we'll be engaging with the private sector to find common ground around our common goal, to establish partnerships that will stand the test of time. Partnerships that will help us to reignite the economy of Gauteng, partnerships that will help us to achieve an inclusive economy, and I want to underscore this because we don't want to go back to the same old, partnerships that will help us to create decent and sustainable jobs. And as part of our plans to ignite the economy of Gauteng, we're mindful that SMMEs are going to play a crucial role in our economic growth. SMMEs are the heartbeat of our economy, and they are our success factor in terms of our potential to create more jobs. So through the summit, we intend to help to build resilient SMMEs in the province that can survive any form of disruption going forward. SMEs that will be highly competitive in the mainstream economy, both here, globally, on the continent as well. This platform aims to encourage collaboration amongst SMEs, working together to help unlock opportunities. And I want to underscore this because it's only if we work together as a collective that we can achieve the goals that we have set for ourselves. The summit today also aims to build the capacity and expose you, the SMEs, to all the opportunities that we have available. And this is not by any means exhaustive. We will continue to create more. The summit is a contribution to the journey which we started in 2019. And as a department, we'll continue with you along this journey. We will continue to knock on the doors of corporate SA to advocate for access to markets on your behalf. And we'll continue to provide you with information you need to access finance and to overcome regulatory barriers. Through GEP, the provincial government is making funds available to help you overcome the challenges caused by the pandemic. And there'll be some big announcements in this regard soon. And today you will hear from 8 other development finance institutions, both private and government owned, and entities about the resources available to you to help build capacity in your businesses. I think it's important for me to take a moment here to thank our partners, the UNDP, for their continuous support for this initiative, as well as Microsoft SA and Vodacom SA, who are our headline sponsors today. I've heard that we'll be signing an MOU soon with Vodacom, and I hope that this will see our partnership grow. Microsoft has also been a partner with us, and I was hoping to train and coach SMMEs in the ICT sector. PPC, who after the 2019 summit provided access to markets for a number of SMMEs and were continuing to work with the department. Accenture for the SME ED platform, which has helped with the selection and the development of SMMEs, CCBSA for their support in implementing our programs. And we also welcome on board Cashbowl, and we hope to grow this partnership with you into one that is really strong. The MICTC, who we're in process of signing a collaborative MOU as well with, welcome and thank you for coming on board. We want to thank our partners for their contribution. We hope that through these initiatives, we'll build strong social compacts, and that hopefully we bring a lot more private sector partners on board. So with these few words, I welcome you to the 2021 SMME Summit and wish you the best and a very successful 2 days of engagement and collaboration, and hope to see what we can get out of the summit. Thank you so much, Program Director. All the best.
Thank you very much, Acting HOD, for those words. And indeed, I think, as a citizen of the province, I'm extremely encouraged by the vision which has been set in Growing Gauteng, Together 2030. And so crucial to that is when you speak about the jobs, the 3.5 million jobs that need to be created, in the main, corporate sector is not going to create those, but in the main, it's going to be the SMEs, and these SMEs which are here present today. So certainly we look forward to the interventions which you speak about, the commitments, that you spoke of in terms of opportunity creation. And then Acting HOD, I think that, in my opening, what I did say to the sponsors and the corporate sector that is here is that, so that this is not a talk shop, we need to be able to commit 2 or 3 things that are going to be actionable, that when we come out of here, we're able to action and show tangible results. So with that, once again, we're really honored and thank you extremely for making the time this morning.
Thank you so much and all the best.
I would therefore like to welcome onto the stage our next speaker, who is Ms. Phumla Hlathi. And just by way of introduction, she is at the United Nations Development Program, and her responsibility is the Inclusive Growth Portfolio. And the focus around that, and I mean, she will add color to what I'm saying, but the focus around that portfolio is around how do you support the South African government to be able to promote inclusive, just and sustainable economic growth. From a GPG point of view, the UNDP, as the Acting HOD has mentioned, that is currently supporting, this summit, particularly around the supplier development. Now, Ms. Hlathi has been around, government, South African government, so understands government end to end. She's been a national, provincial, and local in various capacities. So with that, I would therefore like to hand over the virtual platform to her. Ma'am, over to you, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Program Director, and good morning to everyone listening and joining us live. As already indicated, I represent the United Nations Development Program. We are a partner to the Gauteng government and to the Gauteng Economic Development Department. So I extend my greetings to everyone, all protocol observed. And specifically, I want to acknowledge the presence of all the small businesses joining us this morning. So my input, or our input as UNDP in this particular summit, is going to focus on strategic partnerships to support resilient small businesses, SMMEs. Now, I think by now we all know we live in an environment where our analysis and scenario mapping and understanding, for that matter, of growth and development trajectories and scenarios has shifted to a before COVID-19, during COVID-19, and after COVID-19 scenario. So whenever we talk about what is to be done, it's always on the back of what was and what was during and what will be. So as the UNDP, therefore, in our input around or our reflections on strategic partnerships and building resilient SMMEs, we thought we would consider our input just briefly from this perspective. So it has always been a fact that a successful development agenda requires inclusive partnerships. So this has always been a fact. It's not only now during COVID-19 or as we map a post-COVID-19 recovery scenario. So inclusive partnerships at a global, at a regional, at a national and local level, partnerships that are built on principles and values and that are built on shared vision and shared goals have always been important. And I think for us as a UNDP and central to our way of doing development, of leaving no one behind, what has always been central and what will continue to be central is placing people at the center of development. So for instance, many people will know about the Sustainable Development Goals, the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, but the 17th SDG refers to the need for cross-sector and cross-country collaboration in pursuit of all the other 16 goals by the year 2030. So if you look at, therefore, the work that we do as the UNDP, what pulls it together and what pulls all the SDGs together at the end is the need for collaborative partnerships. So this is a call for countries to align policies. And this is more so a fact in South Africa, where we have national government that is supporting SMMEs, we have provincial government, and we have local governments. We even have traditional leadership. So it becomes very important that across the board, at least at the government level or at a minimum at the government level, we all pull together. So this is a vision for improved and more equitable trade, as well as coordinated investment initiatives to promote sustainable development across all borders. So strategic partnerships is about strengthening and streamlining cooperation between states, between countries, both developed and both developing, using SDGs as a shared framework and as a shared vision for defining that collaboration going forward. So we seek to promote international trade and to assist developing countries as well as developed countries to increase their exports and to ensure basically that a universal rules-based and equitable trading system that is fair, open, and beneficial to all exists. So with this said, we know that in the SMME environment, partnerships have always been central, right? We know that the private sector, the role of the private sector has always been central, the role of government, the role of civil society, academia, and the role of communities. So this remains true now, even more so than before. We know that SMMEs continue to face challenges such as access to financial resources and products, awareness of risks, or basically just information in terms of them being aware of the opportunities out there and the risks that exist within their environment. They also, and I think Andile mentioned this earlier on, lack and continue to lack access to information. And there are many other challenges that I am sure over the next 2 days will be discussed in this summit. So there's challenges therefore that are faced by SMMEs may remain the same today as they were yesterday and the day before. But I think we will all agree that COVID-19 has certainly accentuated or taken them to the next level. So I think just in the next few minutes of my input, the question then is, what kind of partnerships are going to be required to take us into a post-COVID-19 recovery environment? It has become very clear that innovation is central to the way of doing business, whether it's in the public service or the private sector. We have had to think on our toes, all of us in our different spheres and in our different sectors of operation, in terms of how we respond to the challenge of COVID-19. So it's clear, therefore, I think we can all agree that innovation and innovative partnerships, for that matter, are going to be required to enable us to emerge better and stronger out of COVID-19. What that therefore requires, in our perspective as UNDP, is that we start getting into partnerships that not only promote our own singular goals. So we have our own goals as UNDP, the private sector has its own goals, but to get into collaborative partnerships across the board to promote the development of SMMEs. I think the other critical area that I just want to talk to, and that is central to also the work that we're promoting in the country as UNDP, is how we promote or how we support SMMEs to access digital platforms. I think more so now than before, it has become almost a human right, really, that across the board we are able to access digital platforms for education, for trading, for business, for doing government work, and so on and so on. And I think, therefore, I would just like to emphasize that and to call and to make the call that we all come together as the various sectors of society to ensure that not only are we talking about access to finance, access to markets, which are all very important, but also access to digital platforms and access to information. Because now really what we have seen that those who make it and those who don't, it depends in present day on whether you're able to access and information speedily and how quickly you're able to respond, therefore. And as a country in South Africa, we know that with the triple challenges of inequality, unemployment, and poverty, to increase access and inclusivity in the way that we do development has become very important. So without prolonging our input, really, as UNDP, we want to appreciate the partnership that we have at the moment with the government of Gauteng and the provincial government of Gauteng, as well as the department. We commit to going further than just summits. And I know Andile made the point that, you know, the main thing about summits is continuity, and indeed it is quite welcome for us that we are able to reflect back on what we said in 2019 at the 2019 summit, and where we are now and where we are going. So we continue to commit to building even stronger partnerships with not just the public service in the Gauteng province, but also with the private sector, with civil society. And I think importantly for us, getting down to the level of where communities are in townships, in rural communities, to ensure that there is access for all. And so we wish you well as you continue in these deliberations. We look forward strongly so to the outcomes of this summit, to look at where do we focus, because as UNDP, our priorities are the priorities of government. We have no other priorities but the priorities of government. So coming out of this summit, therefore, we will continue to support whatever priorities that this summit should emerge with. So thank you very much, and over to you, Andile.
Ms. Lati, thank you very much. We really appreciate your comments and your commitments, and indeed, the inclusive partnerships that you speak of, which are based on shared values, become critical. And I think for us, what also becomes exciting is that, and I speak as a citizen, is that, the UNDP, is not only aligned to Agenda 2063, but also, in terms of the vision that we have from a 2030 point of view in Gauteng. And so that, for me, becomes quite critical. So thank you very much, ma'am. And we certainly look forward to further deliberations over the next 2 days.
Thank you.
We have an opportunity to make the high impact by driving digital economy. We have an opportunity to develop our SMMEs, in fact, to elevate them to the level of startups, so that we are able to solve real problems, looking at citizens' engagements, looking at how do we empower remote working as we are conducting this summit virtually. Our platforms enables GPG now to be able to drive real impact. We have global initiatives that we've started as Microsoft, and therefore it becomes important that all these initiatives, we are able to roll them out in partnership with Gauteng provincial government. For us, this summit talks to the way of the future. How are we reimagining the future with GPG? How do we ensure that out of this summit, we are able to start to train the SMME, we are able to support them on the back of the Center of Excellence that we've been on the journey with GPG. We are really trying now to bring the youngsters, to bring the innovators onto our platforms so that they are able to drive innovation. This is an opportunity to build a digital economy. A digital economy creates a bridge that we need to ensure that inclusivity is at the core. And we are solving the problems that will make an impact, both in service delivery, but also in growing our SMME ecosystem to be digitally savvy, to be digitally skilled, and bring the capability that government can tap into it at any time to solve their real problems. So this summit is a very important summit. It's important for government, it's important for Microsoft. Our commitment is to ensure that we bring our global programs to be able to empower the SMMEs, but also to partner with government to make the high impact. We're very excited with Microsoft to be in this partnership. This is a partnership that we want to grow. This is a partnership that we want to elevate. But more importantly, this is a partnership that must have impact at a local level in different economic corridors, in different economic zones. But more importantly, to be able to drive the digital global skilling, look at the professional skills, look at the softer skills, because virtual engagement and remote working has clearly demonstrated that collaboration is at the core of everything that we do. All the platforms that have enabled us to navigate COVID-19 were largely on the back of how we collaborate. We're becoming the ecosystems through these platforms. We've spent 6 months navigating COVID-19. We've hardly met or seen each other in the last 6 months. But these platforms have empowered us to be able to continue with business as usual through our digital platform. We want to wish GPG a great success about this summit, to ensure this summit yield the results that we can execute, be able to measure success, but more importantly, be able to support all our SMMEs. We're very committed as Microsoft to continue our drive of digital transformation with Gauteng provincial government. Thank you.
Thank you for that video, that sponsors video from Microsoft. Indeed, an honor and a pleasure for me to welcome to the virtual stage Pakstau. For those who do not know, which I'm sure are very few, Mr. Paul Pakstau is the MEC responsible for the Department of Economic Development, Environment, Agriculture and Rural Development within the Gauteng provincial government. Equally, he is also the provincial treasurer of the ANC in Gauteng. Now, I did say that there's very few people who will not know him, so I won't go through, his entire profile. Suffice to say that he's a very seasoned local government practitioner with over 20 years as a counselor in the Metro. He's also got, various, academic qualifications, including public management from Regenesis Business School, holds a master's degree in public policy and management from the University of London. So without further ado, I would therefore then like to hand over to the Honorable MEC, Mr. Mpho Franklin Parkstow. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Program Director, and good morning to all the participants. Let me take this opportunity to acknowledge all our partners and sponsors that have ensured that this event becomes a success, but also acknowledge the speakers and the participants without whom the event certainly would not be a success. I guess it is apt, Program Director and colleagues, that this session takes place immediately after the Premier's State of the Province address, but also after the budget speech. But maybe to reflect a bit on some of the stark realities that came out of the Premier's State of the Province address. And this is a reflection of the nature of challenges and the extent of challenges that we confront as a province and indeed as a country. The first issue that the Premier reflected on, amongst others, would have been that during the period of the COVID pandemic, which is the last 1 year plus, the province of Gauteng has lost an estimated 500,000 jobs. And in the process, 42% of SMMEs in the province have had to close shop as a result of the challenges that we confront. And this is at the back of an economy that was growing at a lackluster level and not growing to create the number of enterprises and jobs necessary to be able to enable society to prosper, the growth of our economy, and the creation of job opportunities for all, taking into account our objectives as a republic to reach full employment by 2030. It is thus that the Premier used this speech not only to reflect on the challenges, but also as a call to action to the provincial government of Gauteng, and indeed a call to action to all of society, in particular organized formations such as business, civil society, trade unions, and other role players that are so important in building the partnerships and coalitions necessary to ensure that we're able to reverse the slide and increase the levels of employment and enterprise development in our country. It is in this context that the Gauteng provincial government continues to facilitate and promote economic growth and seeks to accelerate its programs in the province with a targeted commitment to focus on enhancing inclusivity of the economy whilst improving its competitiveness. Central to this is the ability to create an enabling environment for jobs to be created in the province by making interventions in 10 high-growth priority sectors that have been identified in our Growing Gauteng Together 2030 strategy. The GGT 2030 strategy not only sets out specific and bold actions to empower women, youth, SMMEs, Black businesses, but it further recognizes that government must aggregate its efforts across spheres, as well as with the private and non-profit sectors in pursuit of specific goals, including, amongst others, driving spatial and economic transformation, particularly with respect to township economies, creating employment for the many, and facilitating an employment and empowerment pathway for all classes of disadvantaged citizens, and coordinating industrialization initiatives so they are geared towards products and services required by the 10 high growth sectors, and thus sustainability in that regard. So let me reflect briefly on some of the key issues that we have to deal with. in terms of the Growing Gauteng Together 2030 strategy. We have to focus on reindustrialization of Gauteng for the 21st century through the multi-tier special economic zone initiative that we've identified and the high growth sector program that I've reflected on. We must also bring opportunity to the many and to confront the inequality at a spatial level through the Township Economic Revitalization Program. We must focus on the creation of enabling conditions for high growth economy sectors through catalytic infrastructure investments. And indeed, we must systematically confront youth economic exclusion through, amongst others, the SEPA 1 million program and the Youth Workforce Development Program. We must also restructure the economy of Gauteng in the long term and ensure its growth by modernizing network industries, lowering barriers to entry and addressing distorted patterns of ownership. We must also prioritize labor-intensive growth and have focused and flexible industrial policy. And as I said earlier, it is important in this regard that we engage the private sector and social partners to join these efforts through structured social compacting, which would enable us through the action labs that we've already started to implement the programs in the 10 high growth sectors that we have identified. I will reflect and just indicate what the 10 high growth sectors are to enable those who seek to participate in the growth of Gauteng to also identify what opportunities there are, both in terms of partnership but also enterprise development in these sectors. These include a focus on energy. In this regard, the deployment of new technologies and a diverse energy mix that we so need. Transportation and logistics is going to be crucial. And we've already begun our action labs and partnerships around ICT and digital services with a focus on the gig economy. And efforts are underway to address the challenges that are confronted by the tourism and hospitality sectors that have also suffered significantly during this period, and many are struggling to recover. The sector on food, beverages, agro-processing, and agribusiness, and the entire value chain is also an area of focus in the Gauteng Apex priorities. The construction and infrastructure development sector, and this at the back of a commitment through national government interventions with regards to financing and deployment of infrastructure in such a way that it enables counter-cyclical investments, but also spurs economic growth in our country, and thus a focus in our province on these sectors. The automotive, aerospace, and defense sectors, and we've witnessed through the Tshwane Automotive Special Economic Zone, the results of the collective efforts that we're making as government in deploying infrastructure and enabling investment in the automotive sector, with the recent announcement around Ford investing R1 billion and their strategic partners who would come as suppliers also investing more than R4 billion in the Tshwane Special Economic Zone. Financial services is going to be crucial, and also a focus on creative and cultural services. And indeed, the focus on industrial cannabis is going to be a great opportunity that we must focus on, and the Premier reflected on this. I raise these, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, to say to all of us, as we work together, as we create opportunities, we should focus on the role of the small, medium, and micro enterprises and create and enhance the support mechanisms, both in terms of business development support, but also financing for SMME development and incubation of their enterprises to participate meaningfully in the 10 high growth sectors, but also expand their participation in other sectors of the economy. Let me take this opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, to once again welcome you all to this important summit, which we see as a platform not only for conversation, but a platform to enhance the partnerships that we're working on to ensure that Gauteng continues to play its role as the pivot of the South African economy. Thank you very much, Program Director.
Honorable MEC, thank you very much for those words. I think, for me, firstly, it's just to thank you not only for being here, but also being on video. MEC, we are in the age of, this whole 4IR, and therefore we sometimes have got what you call chat robots, which are responding. And so I think there's that comfort that the fact that we are able to see you and see you live, that, it's not a chat robot that, that is doing the speech. So indeed, we want to thank you. And secondly, I think also the vision that you are painting, Honorable MEC, with regards to the Growing Gauteng Together 2030 and those 10 high priority areas. I think during the course of this summit, there has to be, especially from the private sector and the social partners, there has to be that, that understanding and unpacking over the next 2 days of that, and then seeing that as part of the social compact that you speak about, that the president speaks about, that the premier speaks about, how then do we forge those partnerships such that there's tangible outcomes? In my opening, Honorable MEC, I did say to the private sector, members which are represented here, that the expectation is that there will be 2 or 3 tangible commitments which will be recorded by, officials within your office that would then be followed up. So certainly this is not it's not a conference, I said that, it's a summit which is action-based. A conference is a talk shop, this is a summit which is action-based, and so we certainly look forward to then seeing the next action, so that when we come back to the next summit, MEC, you will be talking around the report back of success stories and what has been done, rather than painting the picture and the vision. So with those few words, MEC, really, really to thank you for making the time, and we look forward to, to your leadership in your new portfolio, and really, again, growing Gauteng together through the spurring of, of economic development within the province. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Stage, onto the virtual stage, Mr. Asif Valley. Mr. Asif Valley is with Microsoft South Africa, having joined Microsoft South Africa in 2016, and his current portfolio is the National Technology Officer. Prior to this current role within Microsoft, he was the Cloud Development Lead in Microsoft South Africa. Now, he's got a very extensive career, very colorful career in the ICT sector, having worked for the likes of Oracle, having spent a lot of time, at IBM in various roles, both in South Africa and also, looking at Kenya, East Africa, and also Dubai. And I think for me, what, as part of his profile, what he's saying is that, in his own words, that his focus today is really around helping clients and business partners to be able to ready themselves to capture the opportunities around digital transformation, artificial intelligence, cloud technology, through enablement efforts, which can be able to empower every person, every organization, every SME in Gauteng to be able to achieve more. So with that, Mr. Asif Valley, I'd then like to hand over to you, sir.
Thank you, Program Director. The MEC for Economic Environment Rural Development for Gauteng, Department of Economic Development, Mr. Umpo Parks, Tau. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Around the world, 2020 has emerged as one of the most challenging years in many of our lifetimes. In the last 12 months, the world has endured multiple challenges, including a pandemic that has spurred a global economic crisis. As societies reopen, it's apparent that the economy in this year will not be what it was of last year. According to data released by StatsSA, South Africa's economy has lost about 2.2 million jobs. And in the second quarter of 2020, there were only around 14.1 million employed people in the country. This has been the lowest since 2011. Microsoft has recognized that one of the key steps that is needed to facilitate this economic recovery in this digital economy, expanded access to the digital skills is needed to fill these new jobs in the country. One of the keys to genuinely inclusive recovery are programs that provide easier access to digital skills for people hardest hit by these job losses, including those with lower income, women, and underrepresented minorities. Microsoft has launched a Global Skills Initiative to train and reskill 25 million people across the world to help job seekers acquire the new digital skills for this post-pandemic economy. Microsoft, through its ecosystem of global partners, has committed to help people in South Africa and across the world who have lost their jobs due to COVID-19. Microsoft, LinkedIn, and GitHub are bringing together the best of the resources that we have in order to support this recovery, including the use of data to understand the most demanded roles, offering learning through LinkedIn Learning, Microsoft Learning, GitHub, and a certification for those roles, and equipping job seekers with the tools to help them get hired. Partnerships with nonprofits and governments are critical in reaching the most needed to have the greater collective impact. We aim to reskill affected individuals to enable them to pursue these in-demand roles in this digital economy. In South Africa, we have over 266,000 learners already engaged on this global skilling initiative. As Microsoft, we have partnered through the Global Skilling Initiative for SMMEs with the Gauteng Department of Economic Development, leading up to the summit for all SMMEs participating. As part of our sponsorship, we've made our GSI resources available to all 200 SMMEs, whereby they have access to critical skills and courses such as LinkedIn Learning platform for free. These are hard and soft skills to equip them for this new digital age with the theme of building a resilient business. In conjunction with GDED, we have identified mandatory courses and also electives for all SMMEs. The soft skills learning pathway, master in-demand professional soft skills, was mandatory for SMMEs to complete before the summit. For elective training, they would like them to complete pathways such as digital marketeer, project management, customer services specialists, and sales representatives. These are some of the jobs that we have identified using the LinkedIn data that we have today. Next, the Gauteng Center of Excellence, in partnership with the Department of E-Government, Microsoft committed to build a world-class Center of Excellence facility wherein various skills initiatives and programs would be housed. These initiatives would be aligned and give effect to the Gauteng Provincial Government's ICT capability and skills development strategy, and is targeted at developing 4R ICT skills to equip qualifying youth and SMMEs, and also serve the development center for GPG employees to explore their own and enhance their skills to contribute positively towards the modernization of GPG. In the 2021 State of the Province address, the Premier singled out one of these initiatives called the Digital Sisters, and to quote him directly, the Digital Sisters intervention that targets females was introduced to develop and build a sustainable ICT talent pool, which includes skills in artificial intelligence, big data, and Internet of Things. Lastly, I'd like to talk about the SEPA 1 Million and Youth for Employment initiative, which aims to build capacity of youth serving organizations in the Gauteng province on digital employability and entrepreneurship skills to support the province's SEPA 1 Million initiative. In partnership with a community-based NGO called Mentec Foundation, where we have given the grant funding, the goal to train 50 master trainers who will redeliver the training to 500, who will redeliver the training to 50,000 youth in the province is the goal. GPG Youth Serving Organization also to be capacitated to provide employability and services to support entrepreneurship, freelancing, and currently reached almost 5,000 youth through this initiative to date. The model, we believe, is more sustainable and does not end when Microsoft exits the program. So in closing, I would like to thank the Gauteng Provincial Government for their partnership in ensuring we're making a difference together in the province. Thank you so much. Back to you, Mr.
Thank you, Asif, Mr. Valley from Microsoft, excuse me for those words, but I think also for following the spirit of what are you committing. So I heard you speaking about the Global Skilling Initiative, which has been for SMEs, which has been offered to all 200 plus SMEs which are here on today through your platforms like LinkedIn Learning. And I also must note that having listened to the State of the Province address, the program which you spoke about, the via the Gauteng Center of Excellence, which is hashtag Digital Sisters, was also mentioned in the State of the Province as one of the priority projects. So we really, really want to thank you, Microsoft, as a platinum partner. And again, we look forward to more that you can do for the SMEs here. Thank you very much. Moving further along on the program, we would therefore like to invite, so we'll move from one platinum sponsor, being Microsoft, to another platinum sponsor, being Vodacom. And interestingly enough, they've all got, some kind of red blood in their logos. And hence, I guess, then they're both platinum sponsors. Mr. Mzimba, thank you very much for joining us. I think, a lot of the colleagues or the participants were worried that they had missed your talk. And just to assure you that, again, this is Mr. Mzimba in person. What we did was, because we wanted to make sure that, you get all the necessary time, we then swapped you around with the NEC. And just by way of quick introduction, Mr. Mzimba holds an MBA from Bond University. He holds a Bachelor of Honors in Business Science. He holds a Management Advancement Program from Wits University and a Diploma in Data Metrics obtained from the University of South Africa. Prior to joining Vodacom as the CEO, he spent 18 years at Accenture, where he held the position of Chief Executive and also Chairman of Accenture in Africa since 2006. Mr. Mzimba, I will then hand over the virtual platform to you, sir.
Thank you, Andy. I hope that everybody can hear me loudly. We meet on an occasion that is sad in a way, but I always say that let's look at the silver lining for us. And as Vodacom, we've seen 5 key things that are going to be driving businesses and society going forward in this COVID and post-COVID environment. So let me just talk to you about those 5 key things first, because one of those things is at the core of what we need to be doing in stimulating our SME growth in the country. So we have seen completely that the supply chains got disrupted. And in fact, right at the beginning, we could not even buy sanitizers, no masks, because we were relying quite a lot as a country from imports. And so supply chains got completely disrupted. Flights couldn't move from one place to another, so goods couldn't cross borders. So what that tells us is that we've got a great opportunity for industrialization, so we can manufacture locally and localize a lot of the goods that we need as a country, and therefore also do beneficiation so we can export. That's an opportunity for new businesses, for entrepreneurs and small, medium enterprises to arise from there on. Second point is that government is already announced the stimulus. And we've seen also just in the budget framework that our Minister of Finance has announced that is putting 4 billion into SME development in the underprivileged areas, especially in our townships and far-flung areas. That's an area of opportunity to access funds. And we are hearing a lot more other developmental institutions talking about the need to partner with small, medium enterprises. So that's another important trend that is coming along. The third very important trend is that COVID has accelerated digitalization. We now are doing this summit live virtually. We would any other situations have been together in a big hall to be able to talk face to face, and now we're doing a lot more things virtually. So if you're a small medium enterprise and your business is not yet online or it's not digitized yet, great opportunity for you to reinvent yourself and completely move your business online and figure out new business models that the online world or the virtual digital world is ushering to all of us. The fourth very important trend, of course, speaks to, is at the heart of the the SMEs, is that a lot more SMEs are going to be impacted by this, and some have already been impacted. And I've heard the acting HOD talk about the statistics in terms of the number of SMEs and the small medium enterprises that have already shut their doors. What I know about SMEs is the resilience of the entrepreneurs that have built these businesses before. And I'm encouraged that they are going to resurface. And when they resurface, what I'm encouraging everyone is resurface not in the same way that you have been thinking about your business before. One, find what I call a durable competitive advantage that differentiates you from the rest of the other people that are operating in the sector that you choose. What I mean by finding a durable competitive advantage, which Warren Buffett defines almost as finding a monopolistic type product which you can launch in the market. I want to make a variant to that statement and say there are three major things that we need to think about. Find the biggest problem that exists in our economy that you can solve for. And when you find that big problem that exists, number two, figure out what is your differentiated competitive advantage in terms of your skill, your capability, and things that can be used to solve the problem that you found. And by the way, when you think about that, do not think about only the resources that you possess or that you have, because we are living in the digital age. Think about how you can crowdsource. Think about how you can ask other people's resources to be able to combine them with your resources, and therefore partnering and extending in the wider ecosystem for you to be able to solve for that big problem. And wherever there are big problems, there are big checkbooks, and there are people who are willing to fund the development of a solution to that specific problem. And that's how you start to think about how you find almost what I call a durable competitive advantage in terms of the product and the business that you're going to set up. And the third dimension thereof, we do not go where everybody else drink, in terms of do not go to the same spot in terms of businesses. So if everybody else is doing catering, think about clicking left. Do not go to catering because everybody else is there. You cannot find a monopolistic type business where everybody is. So you need to have uniqueness in the kind of business that you're finding. So in doing so, we'll have diversification of small, medium enterprises in different areas. And then the last point, as you solve for this big problem, which people have got money to fund, you're leveraging your skills and other people's skills. You've chosen an area that is not the more traveled area or where it is congested. At that intersection of these three things, that's where value lies, and that's where durable competitive businesses can thrive. Then overlay it with digital technologies, which means don't think about brick and mortar. Think about how you can do this in a digital way. And then turn back to people like Vodacom, Microsoft, and many other people we have in the country that are so eager to support the digitalization of small, medium enterprises. Now, if you think about what we're doing at Vodacom on our Vodacom platform, we've got what we call, as we see that the small, medium enterprises struggle with financing, we have curated a capability in a platform, which we call a SME platform, basically that allows what we call cradle to grave, ability to help you think through how you can start a business, to how you can run a business, how you can expand your business, find new markets, and how you can differentiate your business in terms of your produce and put a bit of e-commerce on top of that, up to how you can lend money in the event you do not have the funds to fund the next batch of stock that is required, or next batch of product that needs to be produced. At the same time, we then provide you with a digital capability around a point of sale device, which then can be either online or can be also a physical point of sale device, can use various methods of payments. We provide you with a payment gateway capability. Then we provide you with something which is very important, which is our trading platform. Now, the trading platform allows you to connect with suppliers. So in the event you are in the retail sector and you want to buy goods in an aggregated way from the fast-moving consumer goods on our Trading Bridge platform, you can then be able to access all those producers of goods and services, and then you can be able to buy. But what's also important, if you're producing goods, you can put your goods on our Trading Bridge, and then the major retailers can access your product on this Trading Bridge and then you can be able to exchange without having to move physically from one place to the other, the goods and services that you have produced. In so doing, if you are a small scale producer, you can then all of a sudden have access to major markets, such as maybe some of the major retailers, Woolworths, Pick and Pay, and so on and so, because on that trading bridge, your products are now available for them to be able to place order in that way. So you think about it, we've got the ability to connect you onto this digital world through our Connect capability. We've got the ability to give you productivity tools and assets, which can allow you to be much more productive on this connected platform that we provide you on our connectivity. You then have the ability to do some communication, so you can be able to communicate with your customers, you can be able to communicate with other producers, you can be able to communicate with other people in the broader ecosystem. And then we give you the ability to compute as well. So you've got compute capability if you want to run a CRM application or you want to run an e-commerce platform. In most cases, you don't actually have to buy this e-commerce platform because they're very expensive. So we provide you software as a service, which is e-commerce platforms that are in the cloud, which you can access just for that particular purpose that you want to access it for. But here is the most important element of the whole thing, is that as we now move into this era of skills on demand, we are developing now a platform that will allow you to pay for very critical skills as you grow. So if you think about it, if you need access to a CFO, high-level skilled CFO, to hire a CFO as a small, medium enterprise will cost you a fortune. Now, we have got a lot of CFOs that have enlisted their services on this platform that says we will be able to give you a fraction of our time and the expertise of a highly qualified CFO to help you be able to run your business. If you're looking for somebody in the IT space, instead of hiring a very expensive CIO, on our platform, you can then be able to access a fraction of CIO's time that will be able to help you to establish your business in the digital world. The same thing, if you want to access a chief marketing officer, chief HR officer, or you want to access designers. Now we have people who have said, you know, I'm a little bit underemployed at the moment. I have got this kind of skills, and we say, sure, list on platform. And then we have got the SMEs who are looking for those skills, and we're making a combination, and we are matchmaking. And for a small amount of money on a monthly basis, then you are able to access highly skilled professionals that can help you to grow and to build your business. So we are very much encouraged on the basis of the platforms that we have curated, that we're truly going to be supporting the growth of small, medium enterprises, starting from the continuum of how we help you to connect to the internet, to be able to put your business on the internet, to be able to market your business using our platforms to various other people, to how you could be running productivity capability that allows you and the rest of your business people or your employees on our platforms to be much more productive, be able to communicate effectively, but at the same time, be able to compute without necessarily having to buy the heavy compute capability that will be sitting on your premises and creating headaches for you on the basis of how do you secure it, how do you keep it running, and whilst you're focusing on the core of your business. And then, of course, the platform that allows you to access fractional, highly skilled CFOs, if you were requiring some accounting services and all of that, that capability combined with all of the capabilities will make sure that we have got very, very thriving environment and an ecosystem for our SMEs. So I'm encouraging you to continue thinking, clicking left, going where most people don't go, thinking beyond just your own capability and how you can partner with other people, and finding Vodacom and other partners that are on this platform that have got capability that can accelerate your own business, and then bringing all the other partnerships so that we can begin to do things as groups that can deliver value, for example. The power of aggregated buying, for example, on the platform that I have explained, which is our Voda Trade platform, it's very significant in how it can allow people to be able to access goods and services for purposes of on-selling, which in the past they wouldn't be able to access. So with with those few words, I'm really excited that we have a lot more people on this platform that are interested in finding ways. I'm excited that our Gauteng province is committed to driving growth of small, medium enterprises. I'm excited that government has put money. You know, they always say you must put, you know, your mouth where your money is, or money where your mouth is. And I think government is doing both at this point in time. And that is very exciting. And I believe that if we can just think outside the box, we can collectively be able to solve the unemployment that we have. We can be able to improve economic growth, and we can bring about new enterprises that take advantage of the fact that supply chains have been disrupted and we are needing to localize a little bit more, and that government is making money available for industrialization and bringing out new businesses. So thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of the session.
CEO, thank you very much for those words. Before you joined, in my opening remarks, as part of the ground rules, what I did say to all the participants is that they need to have pen and paper so that they are able to jot down some of these aha moments. And maybe leadership requires that I need to lead from the front and just maybe what is my aha moment now. As you can see, that is my paper, and my aha moment is when you speak about the durable competitive advantage. Unpacking that, number one is the more problems you solve, right? The more problems you solve. And secondly is looking at then the differentiated advantage. Third one is then the niche market, meaning that the road less traveled. You speak about clicking left, right? Underpin that by the digitalization of that business to be able to have global reach. For me, that really is an aha moment. So I hope that by repeating that and paraphrasing that, someone else has also picked that up and is going to run with it. So, sir, with those, with those closing remarks, really want to thank you, not only for being a platinum sponsor and supporting, this summit, but also, as a CEO, making sure that this is in your calendar and it's important enough for you to be here personally, because you could have relegated it, to someone else. So we really, truly appreciate that. And we look forward to further deliberations, during the course of the day.
Thank you.
I can see you. I can hear you, and I can see you clearly.
Perfect. So next on the agenda, I would like to welcome someone who personally I've been following as someone who is in the technology space. I mean, Stafford Massey is I think quite well known, as a tech entrepreneur and a futurist. I mean, this is, like I say, this is someone I've been following very
early in my career. From even the days when he was country manager at Novell, and also the CEO of Google Africa. So there's many leadership roles that he has fulfilled both in South Africa and also having moved to the US, where I think he spent about 6+ years working at Novell. So we certainly, as Stafford, as always, look forward to your wise words. We look forward to your inspiration. But also, as as the participants, I would really like for you guys, as I mentioned in my opening remarks, to come up with very specific questions on the chat box. These interactions are rare where you're able to have people of this caliber, being able to interact with yourself. So I certainly will encourage everyone to put your questions in the chat box and make sure that they are brief, they are bold, and that's it. So, Mr. Massey, over to you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for the opportunity, and specifically to Estelle Bafu for approaching me to participate in this. I really appreciate this. And it's always such a privilege to speak to SMMEs, because it's essentially it's a cohort of entrepreneurs. We all start off with small to medium businesses. We all start off with ambitions on that level, and then we kind of build our businesses from there. And I just want to give you all a little bit of inspiration and tell you that a lot of you that are dialing into this are folks that are from townships, you are people of color, And, you know, we are generally challenged when we are people of color when it comes to building businesses, you know, just merely where we live, you know, catching multiple taxis and buses to get to a central business district, not having parents and people behind us to support us in our businesses. Really, you know, the burden on our shoulders is really to support our families. So I completely feel and I can completely relate because I come from there. I grew up in El Dorado Park. And, you know, I'm still very much connected to my roots over there. And I fully comprehend the challenges that so many SMMEs have, specifically those of color, relative to just the inherent systematic challenge, you know, things that we have to overcome. That's the first bit. And secondly, if you take a look at where we are today in a COVID world where so much has changed, so many businesses that were businesses before have now had to completely pivot. They've either died because they couldn't pivot, or they had to completely reimagine themselves as a business. And I think as much as that is a challenge, it's an incredible opportunity, because in this COVID world, one of the biggest opportunities is that so much of the human population is now digitized. And as an SMME, it's so critical that you understand that it is, you know, the populace, your customer base, has never been more digitally immersed than they are today. And I think that's an opportunity in terms of reach on a local basis, but also reach on an international basis. And I've always said that SMMEs need to think bigger. So, you know, this is an opportunity not just to think bigger, but to execute bigger, because the parameters outside the firewall of your business have completely opened up. You now have the opportunity to reach out. You have the opportunity to reach consumers in ways and means that, you know, the cost of sale, the cost of reach has never been lower. And it's not going to stop. You know, the digitization that's happened in the world today is hyper accelerated. Everything that, you know, I've spoken about in keynotes over the last few years, and I kind of give forecasts of what would happen in the next 10 years to 15 years, has literally happened in the last 18 months. And that's exciting. So as much as I am someone that does these keynotes, etc., I'm also someone that invests in technology startups. And all the startups that I've invested in, I'll be honest with you, 2 of them have completely gone on ice, simply because the world changed completely. We were building AI inside of retail, and suddenly the bus stopped. You know, retailers weren't doing anything, and we just couldn't pivot our way out of that. And there comes a time where you have to realize that maybe the world's changed so much that you've got to kind of give up on that and start doing something else. But I want to speak to you folks a little bit about entrepreneurship, just generally, because all of you are entrepreneurs. And entrepreneurship is led by, I believe, 2 types of entrepreneurship. You're either an innovative entrepreneur or you're an inventive entrepreneur. You know, innovative entrepreneurs take things that aren't really theirs and they build incredible businesses out of that. And that's the broad base of entrepreneurs and SMMEs that we see out there. You know, if I take a look at businesses that I've been involved in that startup, and they may be digital media agencies. You know, you want to build a mobile app, or you want to do something like that. You don't own the phone, you don't own the operating system, you don't own the network. You know, you're not really inventing too much around you. You're taking components and you're innovating around that, and you're delivering, you know, beautiful services. That's one form of entrepreneurship. My form of entrepreneurship is more inventive. That's building something that doesn't exist in the first place. You know, working on stuff that truly matters, things that don't follow market share. They don't follow a revenue opportunity. What they're following is a conviction. And I generally invest in businesses like that. And if you're an SMME and you're really, you know, working on things that matter, you know, that's of interest. And I think the most important thing for anyone that's leading a small to medium business, when you're thinking really big, is to make sure that you find your conviction, that you find your purpose. Because the greatest burden on an SMME leader's shoulders is not building a great set of products and services only. I think the greatest business burden is actually building a great team. You know, you've got to build a great team. I've seen throughout my tenure in this entrepreneurship game that the most successful businesses that I've had weren't businesses that were, you know, had the best technology, or they had the best market share, or their best opportunity, or from a timing perspective. It was really because the team was coagulated correctly. I had the right set of skills. I had the right people. And the most important thing around building a business, in my opinion, is building the team. And you've got to make sure that that team joins the business, not because it's just another job, or it's another, you know, or you sell them on the lucrative monetary aspects of the opportunity. I think you need to sell them on the conviction. If you have a shared conviction as a team, it's incredible how you can pivot and change and augment your business rapidly, because your team isn't there for the product, the service, the opportunity, the market. They're there because they believe every day that they're all about that conviction. I mean, one of the businesses that I'm known of building is the payment pebble. You know, I was one of the first, in fact, we were the first in South Africa to build that little thing that plugs into a phone to convert a phone into a payment acceptance device. This was before Yoko and everyone else. And when I built that company, I didn't build that company to build a payment device. I didn't build that company to chase a revenue opportunity. I built it because I met someone that lost a baby because she couldn't make a payment. I mean, I sat in a government office and the lady walked in there and she was completely in tears, and she had a baby on her back wrapped in a blanket. And I wanted to know what happened. Long story short, I discovered that they had sent someone out to switch off the utilities at our house, but she had given birth to twins. And she couldn't make the payment because she was physically hurt during childbirth. And when I heard the story, I just couldn't believe that she had money, she had a bank account, she had cards, she had a wallet, she had everything, but she was physically hurt. So they switched off her utilities. And when they did, one of her twins died because of exposure. And I thought, this can never happen. And I needed to utilize my skill sets, my abilities to overcome that particular challenge. And I took a bunch of engineers and I threw them in a room, and we started off this small to medium little business. And our focus was, to solve that problem. I actually took a picture of her, and every time I hired someone into that company, that was the picture that I showed them. I showed them the picture of that lady in tears, and I said, you're working here not because we're building a payment pebble, not because we're doing all these cool engineering things. No, you're working here because when people can't pay, potentially they die. And that was the conviction. And to be honest with you, I never lost any teammate that we wanted to keep. The team grew, and that conviction led me to be on stage with some of the largest businesses in the world. I remember Maria Ramos, when I launched my company in unison with APSA. When I opened up to her executives, when I presented my company, I didn't open up with my technology or anything else. I opened up with the conviction. And they bought into that conviction, and they launched the APSA payment pebble. I flew to Australia because Visa took me there, because they listened to the conviction and they bought into the conviction. We went to ANZ Bank in Australia. We spoke as these African guys that just wanted to have this human impact, and they bought into that conviction, and we launched in Australia. And so when we went on and on, we raised capital from Visa in the United States. We took the business globally, and the back of that was two things. It was an incredible team, but most importantly, the foundation, the substrate of what we were executing against was that conviction. And I want to just give everyone some guidance. I want to give you, people talk about purpose, have a purpose-led business, etc. I think it comes from having a conviction. Why are you doing what you're doing? Make sure as a leader, when you're building your team, that you're clearly articulating this to your team. And I know this sounds very strange coming from a technologist, but all the technology that I've ever built is because of the people that I was able to attract relative to my conviction. I mean, every single time I built a company is because either there was an itch that I wanted to scratch, or it was related to a conviction. And that purpose allowed me to hire great people. Now, one thing I learned when I worked at Google was the following. We can talk about teams, or we can talk about purpose, but how do you build an incredible team? How do you do this? I've got a quote when looking for skills and sourcing skills. And before I say the quote, I'll just say one more thing. As a leader, a journalist asked me the other day, what are you really, really good at? And excuse my friends, I said, knowing what I'm really, really shit at. That's what I know really, really well. So I can't tell you about the things that I'm good at, but I can tell you the things I know where my weaknesses and my shortcomings are. I know those things really well. And knowing that really well, I tend to coagulate people around me. I coalesce competency and capacity around me to fill those gaps. So as a leader, as a business leader, make sure you know yourself extremely well, because knowing self, wrapping that up in a conviction, allows you to build a team that fulfills that. And you suddenly create this mechanism that can execute against any idea, any product and service, and no matter what you're challenged with, you can always pivot or augment out of it. Now, how do you build that team? Here's a quote for you. I choose insane passion, perpetual positivity, intermingled with integrity over any level of competency. I'll say that again. I choose insane passion, perpetual positivity, intermingled with integrity over any level of competency. The greatest teams I've had weren't because they were the smartest people academically speaking. It's not the ones that have the PhDs or those folks will tell you beautifully and they'll articulate verbosely how something cannot be done, and they'll contaminate your entire team. What you need to do is hire right. Hire incredible skills. And those skills are about attitude. It's about passion. It's about positivity. It's about integrity. Focus on those things, because when you get those elemental things right, those are people that you don't have to manage. Those are people that when they buy into your conviction and they cascade into your business, they'll augment themselves. They'll improve themselves relative to what you're trying to achieve. So I know one thing that I'm really, really bad at. One of the things I'm really, really bad at. I can't manage people. Like, I know as soon as I need HR in the business, then Stafford needs to climb out the business, because Stafford just doesn't do that HR stuff really well, right? I don't have the ability to manage people. I have the ability to lead a team, but my leadership tactic is to get them to buy in. And then I'm sitting at the desk for 72 hours at a time while they're cranking, and we're reviewing code and we're looking at things. And that's the type of leader I am. And, when you're taking a look at your business as an SMME, I want to give you the advice. Number one, focus on self. Number two is make sure that your business is driven by a conviction, not a product set or technology or revenue opportunity. Number three is really build incredible teams. Don't build great products and services only, build great teams. And the last thing is to understand that the world is flat. Because of digitization, the ability for you to reach a global audience has never been easier. Right now, I've invested in a health tech company. I'm very excited about the health tech space. And as an angel investor, I don't make a lot of noise. I get involved with the team that when I get invested in it. And we've now set up the business in the United States, in the UK, in Australia, and in New Zealand. And we never once jumped on a plane. The ability to launch a business in a foreign geography has never, ever been easier and cheaper than it is right now. It doesn't take a lot of money. The question is, how do you build the story around your business? And let me bring this full circle. If you have a conviction that you are led with, the conviction leads to an authentic story. And when you can build that authentic story, you realize that people don't buy products or services. They don't even buy companies or brands. You know what they buy? They buy the story behind it, the authentic story behind it. And that's usually a conviction. And people talk about purpose, but for me, the purpose around this healthcare company is that we want to change people's lives, sustainably and tangibly. We love the impact that the products and services are having because we see the testimonials. People's lives are changing. They become healthier, better. One of the entrepreneurs in the business, one of the leaders in the business has a saying, there's nothing that feels as good as feeling good feels. I mean, that's kind of our purpose. We want people to feel good, feel healthy, because when they feel healthy, it changes their lives. Now, we're building technology all around this with the basic services. So realize that from a digitization, the civilians out there, your customers have completely transformed, and that's an immense opportunity. The globe has never been flatter for you to reach. Think big. Don't think local. Think bigger. And make sure you're building sustainable teams. Now, another thing that I just want to share is a lot of entrepreneurs sit down with me and they always complain about no funding, proper venture capital. And, VCs in South Africa are not really venture capitalists because, hey, they're looking for prefs on their shares and they're looking for accelerants. And the entrepreneurs just kind of, so listen, Africa is hard. People say, why are you still here? Why haven't you left and gone to the States and built something? Yeah, I don't have to, because I find that entrepreneurship on the African soil is conviction-led, and that has so many returns because you have a human impact. So I don't believe the next Twitter is going to come from Africa. I don't believe the next Facebook will come from me. I don't think the next Google will. I think the next Google of water purification will. I believe the next Facebook of financial services or the next Twitter of agriculture will come from Africa, because over here, the filters that stop you from hyperscaling are incredible, right? We have challenges around language. We have challenges around literacy. We have challenges around security. We have challenges around funding. We have challenges around all that. So overcoming all of those challenges over here means you build a business that has global replicity. If you make it in South Africa, when we built the little payment table that we had, when we went to Australia, all the terrestrial challenges that we had were gone. Affordability wasn't an issue. Security wasn't an issue. Everyone spoke the same language. Everyone had the latest smartphone. Suddenly, our technology was so applicable and so easy for us to sell, but we had to overcome the hard things over here. And this place over here in South Africa is difficult. But that's why you stay here. That's why you pivot. That's why when you run out of money, you don't give up when you have a conviction. You know what you do? You go wash cars. You go do keynotes, you do consults, and then you raise capital again, and then you come back and you reapply to the business. And because the team that you've built is driven by your conviction, they'll leave the jobs that they're doing part-time because the business ran out of money, and they'll come back and they'll rebuild it again with you. Build things that have human impact. Work on stuff that matters. Think global. Think massive. Think export. Think import from a customer perspective, because all of that is possible today. I've built it. I've done it 3 or 4 times. I've done it successfully. I've had quite a few failures too, but that comes with the territory. But find your conviction, build great teams, know yourself, and really have a purpose-driven business and hyperscale it, because that's the opportunity today. Thanks so much. I think we're going to pivot to questions now. People are going to ask me about, from a technology perspective. I just got 2 things to tell you from a technology perspective. 2 things, 2 guidances. One is Bitcoin. If you don't understand Bitcoin, get involved in Bitcoin. Bitcoin, Bitcoin, Bitcoin. This is the late 1990s, and I'm telling you about the web browser, and I'm telling you that the internet is going to be big. Yes, the browser looks ugly. When I download a video, it takes 6 days. I need a sound card to put in my PC to play the sound. It looks, I need a computer science degree to get it going, and I'm telling you, it's going to be huge. This is kind of where Bitcoin is right now. It is difficult. People look at it, they frown on it, they've categorized it incorrectly. Look at the developer side to it. Look at what your business could do with it. Really get involved from a Bitcoin perspective and understand it, because it is the next dimensional maturity of the internet. So this is the internet of information. This is the internet of value. Get involved with Bitcoin. Understand Bitcoin. It's important for your business. The second thing is artificial intelligence. Understand AI, because the next 100,000 startups, pick any idea, pick any product or service, and add AI, and suddenly it changes everything. We had, just think about it this way. We had, when you take a water pump, right? The first time it was a human carrying water to the field. The second time it was an animal carrying the water to the field. The third iteration was, electricity, augmenting the pump, and suddenly you have an electric pump, and then you can do different things with the water, and the electric pump changes very differently in terms of water dissemination and water dispersion. And now you add artificial intelligence, and you have an intelligent pump, and that changes everything. A car, a horse, you rode on a horse, it was 1 horsepower. You jumped into a car because of the height, the engine and electricity and the hydraulics and all of that. You got inside of that car, and suddenly you sat on your bum not doing anything, and you had access to 500 horsepower, right? You fast forward to today, you get in a car and you have access to 500 minds in the vehicle, and suddenly everything changes. So artificial intelligence, machine learning, these are 2 technology sets right now that whatever you're building, look at them and see what they mean for your business, because it's quite important. Okay.
Thanks, David. So just to make it easy for you, I'll just read out questions,
sure,
if that's okay with you. So
yeah,
the first one says, what is your advice on how corporates can pivot faster and be more agile? So COVID-19 has exposed their growth slowness in adopting digital transformation efficiently. The next one, I'll just take 3 and then allow you to answer if that's okay.
Okay. Yeah.
And then the next one says that my experience has been that someone needs to support you to move 1 inch. We unfortunately live in a time where you need to know someone personally before they can even listen to you. How does one navigate that environment? Because it's something that I desperately need. The third one then says that, and it's kind of linked to the fourth one, but how can one foster innovation in township and rural areas? And are there any cool startup, tech or startup solutions to look out for from South Africa?
Mm-hmm. Okay, cool. Let's start with corporate innovation. Corporate innovation is a challenge that I get involved. I get invited by CEOs to opine or posit around where the world's going. I mean, one of the keynotes, one of the sessions that I did that was supposed to be an hour and it led to about a 4-hour session was, it's 5 years from now, we've died, what killed us? And that was the brief. And I go in there and I talk about, what could potentially destroy that business. And it's just because technology just flattens the earth now. The ability to compete. Your competitor is no longer the brand that's in the same industry across the road from you, right? It is a 12-year-old kid, it's a 16-year-old kid doing something that completely reimagines your business relative to the services that you are providing. And because consumers are so digitized right now, what do you do? So corporate innovation, First thing with corporate innovation is, do we have executive buy-in and leadership understanding? You know, no matter how you innovate, if you can't embrace it from that perspective, it just doesn't, you know, and what does that mean? It's not leaders getting up and saying, hey, rah, 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 innovation. It's actually understanding what innovation is. Innovation is 99% failure and 1% success. You know, you got to get that in your head as a corporate. You know, corporates are built for risk mitigation, the failure abstraction. So, you know, kind of how do you introduce that? And that requires a lot of leadership buy-in. That requires a cultural change, and you know, really substantially proving that you buy in. So when failure does occur, you don't treat failure as failure. You treat failure as data input. So, you know, failure what I learned at Google, 2 things about failure is identify it early and do it really quickly. You know, that's what they taught us over there. Also, innovation for innovation's sake. You know, when I'll share something that I got taught at Google, and it's something that I utilize in all the companies since. I remember Larry and Sergey at Google would always ask for 4 things if you're trying to be innovative. Actually, 5 things. And if you're a corporate out there looking at innovation, and ask 5 things of anything that is so-called innovative. Number 1 is, you know, overall, does it focus on the consumer? And when you say, Google used to have the saying, focus on the user and all else will follow. But how do you focus on the user and all else follows? By doing 5 things. Number 1, ask yourself, this innovation, does it make it simpler? Right? So first thing is make it simpler. Second thing is, does it make it faster? Third thing is does it increase verbosity? Fourth thing is, does it increase relevance? And the fifth thing is, can we execute against it with agility? Those are the 5 drivers inside of Google for any innovation. So the substrate of that was simplicity, speed, relevance, verbosity, and agility. And if you could deliver that in that way, then you could deliver services that would tangibly have an impact. If you couldn't, it would be stepped away from. But the big corporate challenges that we have around innovation is the following, and I'll say this. Tim O'Reilly said this. True invention and innovation doesn't exist amongst entrepreneurs or business people. It exists when people are having fun. Let me say that again. True invention and innovation doesn't exist amongst business leaders or entrepreneurs. It exists when people are having fun. You know, the Wright brothers just wanted to fly. They don't want to sell airplanes or create an aviation industry or an airline. What they wanted to do was just fly. The greatest things that we experience today, the greatest businesses that you see in the world, weren't started by people that wanted to be innovative. They just wanted to have fun, or they were driven by a particular conviction. So how do you house that in an enterprise? How do you embrace failure? How do you ensure people have fun? So if you're an enterprise listening out there, here's a tactic that Google used. Sorry, I'm using Google so much, but you know, they've had some of the best practices. Here's a best practice for you: 80-20 rule. You know, 80% of the time, your team does the KPI stuff, the meat and potato stuff. 20% of the time, they do whatever the hell they want. And you fund that and you sponsor that, and that's where crazy things can happen. So the 80-20 rule actually led to Gmail. Gmail from Google came from the 20% time. Engineers having 20% time, they had a day off per week, they went and built Gmail. So it's incredible how you can be innovative outside the tracks, but you've got to create the outside the tracks. So yeah, that's just my short thing, but that's, I mean, it depends on who you are, what enterprise you are, what you're making, and kind of where you are as a business. So it's, hopefully that just gives you some generic views. Networking and finding mentors and having them participate in your business and cross-pollinating. This is a challenge that I tend to have. I mean, I get approached, my mailbox, I get about 10 emails a day on average of people saying, here's my idea, you know, it's going to change mankind, et cetera, and can you help me? Can we just get on a phone call? You know, can I buy you a coffee, etc. Let me give you a little tip about doing that. I have this napkin diagram thing when I look at a business. So I always ask a business, if I'm interested in what someone's saying, I'll say, you know what, whatever you're saying about your business, can you draw it on a napkin? Quickly draw a diagram of your business on a napkin. Because if I can understand your business on a napkin, on a piece of tissue paper, then I can understand it, because I'm a kind of a dumb guy, so I struggle with things. So what I suggest always is when you reach out to someone, do a napkin diagram. Draw your business diagrammatically, take a picture of your phone, send an email, and describe it in no more than 1 sentence. And when you describe it, talk about the conviction. Don't talk about the product. Don't talk about how big it's going to be. Don't talk about the market share and the money. We hear that all the time as potential investors. What we want to hear is people that talk about their conviction, why it's going to have a human impact, and why you're the right person for it. You know, why do you think you're the right person for it? And we'll decipher whether there's a big market opportunity or not, because that idea, trust me, the first 3 years of any startup, the first 3 years, you're going to be pivoting 20 times. your product's going to be changing 10 times. Your stakeholders and the people that you're going after are going to, metamorphosize. It's not always that simple. So we're always looking at the team, and then can that person that leads the team actually lead this team? So lead with that when you reach out. And also don't go for like so-called big guys. Don't try and get the big labeled guys into your business, because it's not necessarily, they will generally do you in. They may give you advice that gets them equity in your business. Be religious about giving equity up in your business. Don't raise capital, raise customers. Okay, let me say that again. Don't raise capital, raise customers. Get 5 people to buy your product. Get 3 customers to love what you're doing. Don't go for 300,000. Yes, that's the base, but just build something so simply that you've got a little bit of traction, and that's what you need right now. And then pivot over. Also, again, don't go for the big label guys. There are so many 60-plus-year-olds out there that are in retirement. They're bored. They're still very healthy. They've still got lots to give. Find them. Go find them. They'll tell you about the basics of business. They'll cross-pollinate, learnings that are so important when you're starting a business. The most valuable mentors I have are people that are 60+ years old. I pick up the phone, I speak to them. There's 3 that I use, and I just listen to what they say relative to any challenge that I present to them. And they share with me learnings and experiences that helps me kind of navigate the curve, especially when I fail. I fail a lot. Entrepreneurship is lots of failure. You kind of lose your passion. And what brings you back are people like that. So don't always look for the big highlight mentors out there. Kind of mentorship sometimes lives around, in your street, around the corner from you. And then about township entrepreneurship, I think there's a massive opportunity, massive. I think if you take a look at the human challenges in a township environment, they are quite significant. And I think if you take a look at your business, I've spoken to so many so-called entrepreneurs and SMME owners too. South Africa has a base of about 6 to 7 million, taxpayers that's the upper LSM that you can sell into. That's a very small base of people that you can sell into, especially when you've got a product that's quite expensive. So you really got to think about the LSM in South Africa and what you're selling. Now, a lot of entrepreneurs that I approach, especially the guys that don't come from the townships, what they don't realize is how big the market is there, right? You have a 50+ million user base that you could sell into. And when you start kind of looking at their services and you tell them about this, it kind of blows their mind that the market is actually very big over here. So if you are in townships, realize that you have your fingers on the pulse of the largest user base in South Africa. 50+ million people in South Africa live in so-called townships or come from townships, are connected to townships in some way or form. So informal traders, bazaar shops, shebeens, etc. There are businesses that understand that. I mean, people like SAB Miller or AB InBev, Coca-Cola, PepsiCo. Those are businesses that understand this base really, really well, and they're making good money out of it. Now, I think there is immense opportunities for entrepreneurship on a township level if you understand the townships on this organic basis. And I think if you can build a business around it that has human impact, because there's so many human challenges in townships, water, health, keep going. If you want to build the next Twitter for townships, I'm not interested in that. But if you came to me and talked to me about water purification, and you spoke to me about a health impact, taxis, doing stuff with taxis. We've got these taxis moving around. Imagine augmenting a taxi with sensors. You could generate a traffic analysis application and feed that data into Google Maps, and Google would pay you for that. Why are you not doing that? There's so much traffic, there's so much movement in a township, there's so much to capture. So in my opinion, what's my view? There's so much latent human potential, human capital, and there's so much latent, abundant opportunities for entrepreneurship in so-called townships. And, it would take just a little bit of AI, a little bit of this and a little bit of that to get it going. I mean, I'll give you another idea. A guy is township deliveries. A guy came to me the other day. He's doing township deliveries. He's taken people and applied them to wards, so specific geographies in the townships. And he's connected them with the retailers. And these guys are going to the mamas, knocking on their doors and saying, you don't have to catch 2 taxis and a bus to get to Pick and Pay or to go X, Y, and Z. I'll deliver your groceries for you. And the deal that he's got is that the retailer gives him a cut of the opportunity, of the basket. So he gets a cut. Now, he started off his business on that basis, where he would make a little bit of money from the retailer, and the mama, as a great service, He gets a little scooter and he gets on and delivers it, right? It sounds like a good business model. But you know what? I've advised him to trash that completely. You'll continue with the service, but don't focus that as a revenue opportunity. Rather give Pick and Pay and all the big retailers extended reach. But you know what you rather do? You capture census-oriented data of the ward that you're in. So you know how many people are in that household, you know who died recently, you know who was born recently, you know who's employed or not. Capture all of that data, because when you have that data, you can go to insurance company, you can build insurance portfolio products that are unheard of and specifically targeted, per household. That's data that very few companies in South Africa have. Insurance companies want to die for that. Right? They really want access to that data. So townships have a lot of data, mass data, that you can unlock, and you can pass out to these larger businesses out there. So there's lots of opportunities, and hopefully that gives some idea there. But again, you're going to have to be driven by conviction. Don't be driven by market opportunity.
No, Stefan, thank you very much for the inspiring words, and just being personal about it, because I think sometimes we focused on the nuts and bolts, the numbers and those things, but you actually lose the personal touch. And I think that's what you brought forward, and also just just for answering the questions. I think we truly appreciate it. So if I was to make an analogy about you in this summit, is that in the Rugby World Cup we had the bomb squad. And so the bomb squad, the others would lay the foundation, but the bomb squad would come in and they would literally throw everything off the park. So you are that impact player, so you've literally thrown everything out the park. You're the bomb squad. So really, really like to thank you in that regard.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Just in closing, as much as it is about technology, everyone, it's more so about humanity. Remember that.
Perfect.
Thanks so much.
Again, thank you very much for that. So we'll now move into, as you know, Accenture is one of the sponsors that was mentioned. So we will now have a few words from Accenture.
launched India. And this speaks to us believing in the importance of integrating SMEs into our supply chain and that of our clients. We definitely believe in the business case. We believe that SMEs bring a valuable innovation, agility, pricing competitiveness in our supply chain. And therefore, that's why for so many years, we've been supporting and growing SMEs globally. So, as mentioned, we believe that SMEs have the ability to innovate your delivery points. We believe that SMEs in their nature, because they're very agile, they risk adverse, they're able to do and create new scenarios and new product solution at a fast pace than what a big company can do. So we leverage off their agility, we leverage off their quick to market strategies, and therefore that enables us to be at the cutting edge of innovation all the time. This is obviously a critical time globally with the pandemic, but I want every SME to know that you are the future. I know it's such a blanket, overstated statement, but honestly, for not only for South Africa to continue to thrive, but globally, the economies to thrive, it is because of SMEs. As an SME, you must know that you are the future for a better country, for a better economy, and a better world. So be resilient and be steadfast in what you believe you're vision to do. My advice, what the pandemic has shown us, is that you have to have technology and digitalization in your offering. So look at your current solution and look at pockets where you can integrate technology and digital. Secondly, be open to collaboration. You know, as an SME, sometimes you want to work in silos, you want to deliver because you're afraid of competition, but collaboration will take you so much further. And thirdly, leverage the ecosystem. Having the summit today with all these global companies and different companies, it enables you and shows you that there is an ecosystem out there that is thriving to support SMEs. So leverage that, lean towards that and get the support to take your business to another level.
It's going live. It says it's going live. Are we going live now?
Yeah.
Thank you, to the video that has just been played. So just before we move into the panel discussion, I would just like to make some quick announcements. And so the first announcement is that in the next hour or so, there will be a breakaway session which is taking place. And therefore you're able to, you're at liberty to choose which one relates to you. So you'll see on the left-hand side of your screen, there is, a live stage menu item. So that's where you're able to choose. The second announcement then is that live streaming will not happen during the upcoming parallel breakaway sessions, except for there's a panel discussion, which is the Township Economic Revitalization. Guests and then take us through the panel discussion. So Ishmael, over to you, sir.
Afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's an absolute pleasure for myself and my colleagues to be here with you today and speak about SME, which is a very vital part of our economy. To introduce myself, my name is Ismail Ghani, and I'm the Managing Executive at Vodacom, looking after both the SME channel as well as the partner indirect channel. In studio with me, I have my two esteemed colleagues. I have Kabelo Mokoena, who is the Managing Executive for our Cloud, Hosting and Security Solutions. And I have Fatima Hassam, who is our Managing Executive for our fixed and mobile businesses. Ladies and gentlemen, we are all fully aware that if there's any year or any years that a person will never forget, it will be the years of 2020 and 2021. If I just think about it myself, and as well as for my colleagues, both Fatima and Kabelo, if we had to have had this discussion around mid-2019, and if somebody said, would you ever be able to work at home? What would the answer be? The answer would be never. I could never even imagine this. I mean, for 20, 25 years, every day we get onto the highway and we come to work. And the funny thing is now you're at home, and yet it's working. So if anything, while COVID-19 has had a significant negative impact on many aspects, the one thing that it did do, it's ushered in digitization like never before, both on a personal front as well as on a work front. If we look basically from a SME point of view, it's been very difficult for SMEs. And we realize that if we do not digitize, it's going to become difficult for us to survive. Without going into too much detail, I will now basically refer some questions to both my colleagues, Kabelo and Fatima, to enlighten us on the different aspects of digitization that will help us as SMEs. So Fatima, if we look basically I know that I, as a SME, and all the SMEs that are here, we all know that we need internet connectivity. And we know we need to digitize. But we can't digitize unless we have the right connectivity. So to start with the basics, please can you enlighten us with regards to what are the different types of connectivity available for SMEs, whether I've got 5 people in my business, 10 or 20. Fatima, I'll hand over to you to answer that question.
Hi, Ismail. Good morning, everybody, and thank you for having me here on the session. So, Ismail, regarding your question on business connectivity, there's actually quite a few solutions that are out there in the market that's very simple and available for businesses, as you've mentioned, from 5 to about 30 employees. We start off with easy plug and play LTE solutions that would be available for you to be able to connect your employees in the office, giving them access to the internet. And then if you're looking for a more premium service or an uncapped service, we actually have 2 solutions on that. Wireless solutions, where we leverage our current base stations, providing you with an uncapped wireless solution, and provided you are within a radius of between 5 and 20 kilometers from our base stations, we would be able to give you an uncapped wireless solution where you would be able to then, and it's a secure solution, be able to connect all your employees. We then have our fiber solutions that are available. This is for all businesses, and our speeds for both of the uncapped solutions, which is our fixed solutions, ranges from 5 megs to 100 megs. Now, one of the biggest problems that we do have recently is working from home is sometimes electricity, problems with electricity, and how do we then have a backup for our internet services? Because we don't want our businesses to then stop working. So what we also provide basically is a UPS solution where you have a 4-hour backup. So you would still be able to have connectivity when we have interruptions in electricity. Then we also have where because of the way houses may be built and because these are simple solutions that you have, how do we ensure that you can extend the range of your connectivity to different rooms? And what we do is we would be able to then assess and you'd be able to assess that and offer Wi-Fi extenders so that you can enable that you have connectivity in every room, or where you definitely need the connectivity. So starting off from simple plug and play solutions of LTE and going to uncapped solutions of wireless and fiber, this is definitely available for all businesses. Businesses, if you are working from home, if you do have businesses, and it's only for employees starting from 5 to 30.
Fatima, thank you so much for that response. I think what you've explained to us is that there are solutions available in the market irrespective of the size of business I have. What we see is that 84% of SMEs, based on research recently conducted, know and believe that they require digitization. However, of the 84%, 56% of the SMEs are extremely concerned about the lack or about digital skills and how they can up themselves up with these digital skills. So we know that while technology will help us beat COVID, I think a critical concern or worry for SMEs is how do they support work from home? How can it be that prior to COVID, I used to meet with my teams, I used to meet with my staff, etc. How is it now that I can still have that resilience and I can still meet with my teams, but digitally? Can you explain to us, Fatima, what options are available in the market for me and the rest of us as SMEs here for us to be able to connect with our people without being physically present?
You raise a great point, Ismail. I think with the rise of the pandemic and the subsequent uptake and rush of how do we conduct business as usual working from home, there has been a great demand of different solutions that are required and different conferencing solutions that were available at the rise of the pandemic, starting off with solutions like Zoom and Google Meet, where these providers actually had to re-examine their technologies and start increasing their securities. Because they had to offer businesses the securities that required. I'm sure you remember the Zoom bombing that happened. And immediately what Zoom had then done is that they then implemented encryption. And now with every Zoom or Google Meet, there's basically encryption that has been included. Microsoft Teams and the Cisco WebEx options, they've always ensured that for years now that their solutions are also encrypted. So today we have the different solutions with Zoom, Google Meets that are all encrypted. And we can ensure that is the first part of security that we would be able to, that the providers would be able to offer. But then they've also reviewed all the solutions, and providers have reviewed all their solutions and ensured that there's further further securities that are available. And you want to have, you want to ensure that you have the same kind of control that you have for a physical meeting. So other features that have been introduced to ensure that there's privacy is including an enhanced recording for every meeting, where you're able to control the meeting admission, who can be admitted to a meeting or not, notification of attendees. So all of these here are features that would allow you to control the meeting and also secure who attends your meetings on that day. So these are the different solutions available in the market. And with all these solutions and all the enhancements that our providers have made, starting with Zoom, Google Meets, we have Microsoft Teams, we have WebEx, you can now have a meeting that you've previously had in a physical room, and you can see and you can control who is in the meeting equally as you have done previously. So you now have an equally possible meeting that you would be able to have both digitally as well as physically.
Tarima, thank you for that response. I think, ladies and gentlemen, it's quite clear that we can work from home. We can still conduct business as usual by utilizing these different technology mediums. I think what's important for me to mention is, we at Vodacom now, since the pandemic, have not been coming to the office, coming very occasionally, and all our meetings at Vodacom are being held online. And yet work is carrying on like normal. Productivity has improved. In fact, it's improved. So these tools are available for you as SMEs to be able to connect with your employees even on a remote basis. We know that SMEs are under increasing pressure to manage both costs as well as the business continuity planning. We switch over to Cabello. Cabello, I think for me as a SME, or sitting in the shoes of a SME, what I would like to know is that we hear these terms cloud, and we hear these terms Microsoft Azure, and we hear these terms AWS. How would you translate that? Taking out the technical jargon, how would you translate what are those products and how would they benefit us as SMEs?
Yeah, thank you, Ishmael. I think, one of the things that, for instance, Data Say, predicted post-COVID lockdown was that within 3 months, over 80% of our SMEs would not be able to survive if they didn't pivot towards using cloud technologies or digital technologies. And that's a very significant number. And the reason for that is simply because they basically are in an easier medium, which lower the barriers to entry for people to use technology to reinvent their businesses and adopt new ways and new channels of going to market. So in essence, think about it in this way, in a very simple fashion. In the previous era, we used to go to CD shops like Musica to go and buy CDs, right? So that we can consume music, right? Today, most of our music is consumed from an Apple Store, a Google Play Store, or those types of mediums. And we're able to have the same experience, enjoy this music, but without having to
the last would be you ask me what are some of the parting advices.
Sorry, Ishmael, you need to go on mute without having to, physically buy a CD. Now, in the same way, from an IT point of view, people are able to use the computing resources that they would ordinarily have gotten from a PC sitting on their desk or a server in their office, as well as the storage resources which they would have ordinarily had from a hard disk sitting on their desk or in their office. And they could consume that on a pay-as-you-go type of arrangement, where that service is just a pure subscription for sometimes as little as 200 Rand a month, where they're able to use the computing resources and then establish their online presence. Then that's the most important thing. So it allows for businesses to be productive, have access to applications that become familiar with us in terms of all the office applications, Word, PowerPoint, Excel, and so on, without having to physically go and purchase those applications at a store as off-the-shelf type of applications. And they then, basically also give the flexibility, cloud also gives the flexibility for those applications to be subscribed to. And if a business feels that they want to unsubscribe and no longer use that particular service, they can do that just as well. And that's what cloud does for businesses, especially SMMEs. This is important, absolutely vital, because it allows them the flexibility to manage their cash flow. Cash flow is a very important thing for SMMEs, and therefore they need to be able to say, I need to use a service. For instance, if I want to build an e-commerce site so that I could reach my consumers remotely and bring my services online, through digital mediums, make it available on a phone, on a website, an app, etc. They can do that almost instantly without having to go in and physically procure all this infrastructure and go through all the pains of setting this up. So think about cloud from a Microsoft Azure perspective, or an AWS EC2 perspective, or a Google platform point of view, as taking computing and making it as a utility in the same way that we consume entertainment and movie downloads today. And that's really the power and the flexibility that cloud brings.
Well, thank you for that, and thank you for simplifying it for us. Those words or those terms seem complicated, but I think you've really done an awesome job in simplifying it for us and for the rest of the SMEs that are on the platform. I think, Bello, we've discussed quite a few things relating to more small to medium type enterprises, but I think as a very small SME, my cell phone is my life. I do my internet banking on my cell phone. I do my email on my cell phone. I search on my cell phone. Everything related to my business happens on the cell phone. The one thing that concerns me as a SME is what products are available for me to protect the integrity of my cell phone, that nobody hacks into my phone and steals my information, my customer contacts, those kind of things. Can you please elaborate for us on that aspect?
Yeah, and it's a very important question, Ismail, and I'll probably extend it also to remote working and some of the things that our SME colleagues need to be, wary of and conscious of. So, first of all, since the start of lockdown in country, studies have shown that there's been a significant spike in the number of cyber breaches and cyber attacks in excess of 30%, and of an increment in cyber security, attacks. Now, a cell phone, as we know it, a smartphone particularly, is a PC. Is almost like people should consider it as a pocket PC. In the same way you would protect your laptop, you need to think about how you protect your mobile phone for the reasons that you've mentioned. You do financial services transactions through a cell phone. It's got a lot of processing power. So from a Vodacom business point of view, what we've sought to do is to make security simple for SMEs that want to use mobile devices as a form of running their business. For instance, for as little as 14 Rand, for instance, you can go get yourself, subscribed onto, an antivirus package from Norton, and effectively protect your cell phone from infiltration, i.e. inward attacks, or even exfiltration, where your data gets siphoned off to be used in sort of malicious ways. Phishing is also another important consideration, and those phishing attacks are usually through email communication, emails that come in, promising you, a whirlwind of lotto wins. You've just won 20 million, etc., etc. So how do you detect those types of things, and then how do you protect yourself? So, those links that you click on, for instance, can be immediately blocked with the right sort of security software, which, as I said, can be available at a very, very cost-effective rate on a monthly basis, and as a subscription, in the same way that you use WhatsApp, for instance, or you use any of the social media platforms like Facebook, etc. Once you click on a potentially malicious link, your antivirus that's sitting on your phone kicks in and effectively provides that protection, so that you don't end up losing sensitive and valuable information, or more dramatically, lose some of your financial details. So that's one of the ways. But if we extend that also to just general remote working, important to consider that while you're working from home, if you log into any Wi-Fi hotspot, whether home or otherwise, make sure that in public Wi-Fi, when you use free Wi-Fi that's freely available in the public, you also make sure that you have some form of protection in terms of intrusion from malicious sites, as an example. One of the things that I always remind people about is that when we buy these devices and Wi-Fi routers and we install them at home, we rarely ever think about changing the password, right? And we always leave it with the default password that came with the Wi-Fi router. Well, guess what? The stats are that within 8 seconds, a hacker can hack a router which basically comes with the default password. Now, it's a simple thing, right? At no additional cost, you just need to make sure that you regularly update your password, and you create a strong password with characters and words and numbers and so forth and so on. And you update that on a regular basis. We are able to support SMMEs from a Vodacom point of view with that kind of advice in terms of how you identify, how you mitigate and detect threats, and how you then remediate those types of threats, through the staff and personnel that exist within our business, and to support SMMEs. We've created also a marketplace platform where we've effectively curated and brought together some of the leading edge products, both in terms of improving productivity, easy establishment of website presence through packages like Hostopia on our cloud marketplace, and even establishing an e-commerce presence, so that SMMEs don't have to go around fishing or looking for this information. It's all brought together into one platform, and they can just subscribe and unsubscribe as and when they see fit.
Kabelo, thank you very much. I mean, if there's 3 things I take away from your discussion, I think the one thing is I must go check my password at home of my Wi-Fi. I must make sure I change it to something that someone else would not know. I think the second thing is, for the amount you mentioned, I mean, for as little as 14 Rand to have security on the phone, it's almost a given that I got to get it. And then speaking about your marketplace that you say Vodacom offers, I mean, I'm also Vodacom, but I'm facilitating the session. I think it's critical that I, as a SME, would like to have my presence on that marketplace. I think moving on, and Kabelo, thank you for the input. I think Kabelo mentioned one critical thing, and that's website, having a website. So if we look at market research that has been conducted recently, it says that approximately 7 out of 10 SMEs are now do have a website, but only probably 50% of them are utilizing an e-commerce functionality. So I'm cognizant of the time that we've got left, I would just like to share 2 or 3 parting advices. The one is, if you do not have a website, there's a huge reach of customers that you're not reaching. Take a small SME in a small town, you probably got customer, maybe 200, 300 customers. And it's only those customers that can walk into your store that you can reach. However, having a website creates a completely different world for you. You can reach thousands of customers literally in seconds. So I think that would be the one critical advice for us. Then moving from a website to phase 2, having full e-commerce functionality. So avoiding bank transfers and the risk of fraud related to that, etc. And also making it easy for your customers to purchase. We all know when a website works well and it's easy to purchase, how much more you go back to that website. Whereas when a website is difficult and the payment mechanism is difficult, you do not go back to that website. I think the second thing is, I want to share a personal experience with you of somebody I actually know. It's a lady friend of mine's that pre-COVID used to do weekly lectures on a certain topic. And they used to do it Saturday mornings by hiring a hall, and used to charge maybe at that time 100 Rand or 150 Rand. And this particular lady used to get probably maybe 50 to 60 attendees. When COVID came, there was a problem for both the people the people she used to lecture to, the students, as well as for her. They wanted that knowledge and she wanted to share the knowledge. And at the same time, her problem was she never know what to do. With this digitization, she switched to Zoom. And that's a medium she's using. Obviously, we've said there are other mediums, and we at Vodacom use Microsoft Teams. And immediately, she's now doing the same lecture for the same time to probably 300 to 400 students at a time. Now, you can work out the economics, where 60 students at 100 Rand, and now 300 to 400 students at 100 Rand. The other thing is what she's done, because she no longer needs a presence. People don't have to travel. She now doesn't do them only on a Saturday. She's probably doing them twice or thrice a week to a much larger audience. So here we see with somebody we know as typical Soho SME type person using digitization to really further their business. And then the last 2 things I'd like to mention is, I think what's critical for us as SMEs also is to ensure we maintain proper financial records. I'm a CA by profession, so I know the importance of these. When we do not do regular stock takes, when we do not have management accounts, we do not know where we're going and whether we are profitable or not profitable. So that would be a very key advice from my side, that as a SME, we maintain good financial records and maintain management accounts. And lastly, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to say on behalf of myself, Cabello and Fatima, digitization is no longer a luxury. It is a necessity, and it's something we all have to embrace if we want to stay relevant going future. Thank you very much for your time, and it's been awesome chatting to all of you. From myself, Cabello and Fatima, cheers and all the best.
Thank you very much to the Vodacom business team, which were ably led by the moderator, Mr. Ismail Ghani, who's the managing executive for SME and partner channel at Vodacom Business. And the panelists were Ms. Fatima Hassim, who's the managing executive, products and services, fixed and mobile for Vodacom Business. And last but not least, Mr. Kabelo Makwane, who's the managing executive for cloud hosting and security solutions at Vodacom Business. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now be taking a 5-minute break. During the break, there will be some questions which are being posed by Vodacom, and there will also be a short video clips which are going to be played. So we'll see you back in 5 minutes, but please, stand for the videos and also the questions which are going to be posed. And we'll see you shortly.
Since the beginning of time, human beings have always been in search of more. More food, more water, more growth, space and time. More options, more choices, more opportunities and directions. We started to learn more and search for more, and then a little more on top of that, more than once. We found more wealth, more luxury, more passion, kindness and freedom. We got better, faster, stronger, more ambitious, more motivated, more hungry. We came up with more ideas, more creativity, more meaning. We wanted more purpose, more tolerance, more togetherness, and more ice cream. Yes, that's right, ice cream. We needed more though, more data, more speed, more likes, followers and memes. We got more connected, made more space, chased more power at more speed, with more intent, more determination and more grit. We've always wanted more and more and more, so much so that we never stopped to think that more could be ours. We can make more possible. We can see more, do more, and be more. Vodacom Business. Be more. So much so that we singing, singing, I'm so in love with you. Singing, 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 I'm so in love with you.
Okay, we're going live.
So you'll see now which they'll count us down when it's ready, and then we'll go live.
I think we're live already, my good sir.
Definitely live.
Well, there's a video that's still playing, so we are just in this breakaway room.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So you'll see there's a countdown before we begin.
Hi, Ndile. We are currently live, so you can take us away, please.
Perfect. Thank you very much. So I'm quite honored that we are now going to be heading into a panel discussion, which is titled "Building Resilience. What does it look like?" So you've heard largely from the corporate sector. They've had a lot of deliberation on this. Vodacom Business, Microsoft, UNDP, etc., etc. And now we're really, making it very special now. So we've got two very special guests. The first one is Mr. Silubuho Mulefe, and the second one is Mr. Tsepo Moloi.
what I'll maybe do is just to allow them some space and some time just to introduce themselves. But I think for me, what's important is that, is just to hear your story. We heard stuff of story, stuff of mass. We also just want to hear your story. And then we'll go into the nuts and bolts of building a resilient business, but based on that inspiration. So maybe, Tepo, we'll start with you.
Thank you, Andile. Good morning to all your viewers. It's quite simple. I'm the founder and CEO of Stockfella. But before that, I'm a father. I'm an innovator. I'm an inspirational person that wants to see good for our country. And because of that, I always ask myself to say, how do I do better in what I do? And how does it mean as being part of the country where I come from? And that's the question that you're asked. So I come from Soweto, born and bred and battered there. So I'm a Joburg person holistically. Initially raised by a parent of one, but now I've got two parents. Pimville is where I'm from. Started my schooling from Ikasi and then moved over to what they call Model C when they started back then. I'm sure it's Model A by now. Now, I studied engineering, a master's in engineering, and then I went to study a master's in finance. Worked in the mining industry for quite a bit, and then worked in the banking industry for quite a lot of time. Have been an entrepreneur. I think our paths crossed this level when I started entrepreneurship in varsity. I started a business around called Campus Live as a marketing business. We hosted entrepreneurship events on campus. And then, then I started a magazine company called Soweto Entertainment Magazine. Then I started Stockfella in the corporate world. Stockfella is basically a business that actually enables what we call the 19th century industry. That's a plus 50 billion rand industry. In order for it to be part of the economy. I always say is that we go overseas to look for these FDIs when we can tap into our own money-making industries, and the Stockfella industry is one of them. It's just that how do we then make it part of the economy? And Stockfella is just there. Stockfella is there to make sure that the resilience that's been seen by the Stockfella industry in the past 19th century, since 19th century to date, still continues in a digital format. So we provide that platform where Stockfella could come onto our platform and open an online club account and do every single thing that a Stockfella activity does, basically. More so that if a Stockfella says, look, we are entrepreneurs and we want to back each other up, this is the platform you can do it on. In a nutshell, that's my background.
Thanks, sir. Mr. Molefe?
Good morning to everyone, and thank you for having us. I really appreciate it. I've been following the conversations that have been going on since the morning, and it's been amazing. On my side, I am somebody who comes from a very informal background. A lot of my former mates know me as Utaya Boy. I used to be in the construction sector at some point, until strong, and I also worked in the hair industry as a hairstylist. And I think what I got to learn in that space was people. I'm a naturally a shy person who does not thrive well in a space where I must be social. But working in those environments taught me to engage and deal with people, and it has served me good as life has unfolded for me. I grew up in Hillbrow, and I am raised by a pastor and a nurse, and we used to live in a bachelor flat in Hillbrow. There's 5 of us at home. Now we've added a family, and I have 2 daughters, 2 beautiful daughters, 14, and then the other one is 6. And yeah, it's been a journey of fatherhood. It's been a journey of loss and failure, and through that, a lot of gain. I feel very blessed. My path. I've been fortunate enough to work in the corporate sector for about 5 years under the guidance of Ndadebo Malangale, who's an industry giant. I was very fortunate to be mentored by a gentleman over that period, and that was what prepared me for my journey of entrepreneurship after I exited the corporate sector in 2009. Little did I know that in my first year after quitting my job, I only have 1 customer for the whole year. No matter how much I knocked, no matter how much I cheated, no matter what English I spoke, there were no customers coming. And And then I thought I was depressed. In actual fact, I wasn't. I was just broke. There were no customers coming my way, and I started self-diagnosing and thinking all sorts of things and blaming government, blaming my parents, blaming everybody around. But I was very fortunate that I came across people who were walking the same journey as me, and one of those was Richard Branson. I got to work with Richard Branson when the Richard Branson South African Entrepreneurship was launched in South Africa in 2011. And that is pretty much how the journey of entrepreneurship unfolded. And then the following year, I founded STAD, which is known as the Hookup Dinner to Some. And 8 years later, we have an international presence. We find ourselves in places like Hull City in the UK, where we've got young people that we mentor, that we show how to start a business, you know. And I'm all about starting, you know, just get it moving. The latest thing we're doing currently is a testament to that. We launched a business on Facebook without sponsored ads or anything like that, just using our name as a trust parameter. And 4 million rands later in collection and the crowdfunding is testament to that. You don't need a lot, you just need access to the internet and good, and you're good to go. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that intro. I think for me, again, you know, we're still on the personal front. We'll get to the business part, right? Because I think what I'm picking up from you guys is that, you know, very much, I mean, Tiffany spoke about kids, you know, both of you are speaking about family. So I guess for me is just starting with the core of your being, and how that has contributed or conflicted with you guys starting a business, because they do say that your biggest, you know, the biggest opponents to entrepreneurs are likely to be your family before anyone else. So maybe just get both comments from you, and Mr. Philip will start with you. Just, you know, just take us through, you know, what some of those challenges are at a personal level vis-a-vis your business.
You always have this vision in your head, and fortunately or unfortunately, many do not see it because it's also unfolding for you, right? You just know what you want to achieve, but you don't have the how, you don't have the roadmap for it. You think you have a roadmap because theoretically you've got this thing that's going to move in a particular trajectory, but realistically, at a practical level, it's very different. And what often happens is that we expect that our family members are going to understand what we're doing. Your mother is the biggest cheerleader, no choice. And we think she's your biggest cheerleader because, you know, she believes in you, know, she's got no choice. So, like, you know, if she didn't support you, where else is going to support you? So she will find herself funding your dreams and whatever. And then you'll find that your dad, who pretty much believes in you, is going to tell you the things that are practical. He's going to tell you, go and find a job, you know. You're a big man now. Like, what do you think is going to happen? I found myself throughout the journey of my life moving against the wind, you know. And a lot of times that has shaken my belief, including my belief in God, you know. It is shaken at my core. For somebody who comes from a very strong faith-based environment, questioning a lot of things about existence, you know, and that has just got to do with the journey of being an entrepreneur. You find yourself questioning your values, you come across things where you get challenged, you know, there's bribery, there's all sorts of things in this world that show up, and you've got these sets of values versus surviving, you know, and then moving from survival to thriving. And it's always such a crazy balance to find yourself in. And I think I've been fortunate in the sense that the people I've worked with and that I've worked for have had strong sets of values, something to and be able to use that as my roadmap and as my guideline at a practical value level without asking them for direction, just looking at their lives and being like, I think this is the direction to go in because it seems more sustainable than anything else. And even with that, it doesn't mean that I figured it all out, you know. I found myself married at some point, and I found myself divorced, and I lost everything through divorce. And when you're going through that process, and you're still running a business, and you must maintain this face, you know, this facade to the public that things are okay when you don't have anything to put on your table, you must still support but you don't have anything to support, you don't have anything to go forward. It tells you a lot about resilience, and values, and if you've got the right set of values, they tend to carry you through. I've been very fortunate that faith is something that I genuinely believe in, and being surrounded by the right people at the time.
Dr. Tsepo?
Yeah, no, thank you for that opportunity. It's so amazing listening to Lebo for how much of a close background we have. So I didn't mention that my mother's a pastor as well. So hey, PK kids here on the show. But to bring it back, I think my colleagues Lebo hit the nail on the head there. On a personal capacity, when I started Stockfella, it was just before I got married. Literally, like months before I actually jumped and exited the corporate world. So that question was posed in terms of, okay, you said you want to marry, and we are headed in this direction. Now you're telling me that you actually want to exit the corporate world, which was giving me a very comfortable lifestyle, I must say, at that point in time. So, and the person, my current wife, I'm marrying, comes from a family which is very stable, which the father works. My father works, because it's my father now, works in a steady job, so you understand the backgrounds are too different, and now you have to convince someone who's very risk averse to be very risky with you in that instance, Luckily, I was able to do that, and hence why I'm here today talking to you. But I think mixed emotions all around. I think you'll find yourself asking yourself, why should I be continuing, especially when there's nothing in the kitty? Why should I even wake up and come into an office that I could be struggling to pay at that point in time? And then you have employees, so 90% of the time you find yourself putting your employees' salaries before yours. And then you have to explain at home to say, look, we are not getting anything today, and expect your wife to carry you through that journey. You have a daughter you have children to support. So you ask yourself so many questions, and that's where faith steps in. That's where belief steps in, to say, you know what, I believe I can change this. I've got a calling, from that point of view. And one thing about it that makes sense is that as long as you have that one customer, I always say to people, if someone is willing to pay you for a service, there has to be another person out there. Your job is to find the next person, and to fine-tune yourself in finding that next person. So pivoting as much as possible, understanding your client as much as possible, never give up in being inquisitive, never be stagnant, always innovate, always ask the questions to the client, what can I do, what can I do, what can I do better? And you find yourself scaling slowly until you hit that pivotal point, But by no means you wake up and get it right the first time. In fact, you might lose everything when you think it's right, and then you lose everything, particularly around compliance perspective. If you're in a place that's heavily compliant, regulated, then you find yourself that actually, from a compliance perspective, you could lose everything. But yeah, I think I share the same sentiments as my colleagues, because that a lot of time you are led by faith. More than by anything else, and by numbers. Of course, you have to be analytical and make decisive number decisions.
And the engineer, comes out when it comes to numbers. But why would the point of of numbers? So you've got this corporate job. You're now moving into the space of entrepreneurship. We've understood the challenges that you're speaking about from a personal point of view. Now you're on the other side. Now it's the nuts and bolts. So the business model that both, and I'd really like to understand the business model, right, that you guys have followed, because I took some notes earlier on from Mr. Williams, and this is what he basically says, that around the concept of a durable competitive advantage. So the more problems you have, the more problems that you have, the more money you can make. You need to have a differentiator. You need to have a niche market. So, of course, you guys are running successful entities. So, what is your business model, against that has allowed you guys to be successful? Now, going to the numbers now, the real engineering stuff. So maybe what we'll do, let's start with you.
All right. I suppose it depends on the business we're speaking about. Both myself and Tsepo run different businesses. On the third side, which is an enterprise development agency more than anything, our business is corporate facing. We serve multinationals like ABB InBev. That's one of our clients in the last 8 years. And what has made us thrive in that space more than other service providers is the fact that we've built a community around our brand. You know, we have a community of entrepreneurs throughout the continent, and the average corporate client is looking for both. They're looking for somebody who can execute on the mandate, and then number two, they're looking for somebody who has the credibility in the marketplace that they service. And we have the credibility amongst entrepreneurs, and we've been running networking events for the last 8 years, and we've been building communities in different towns and villages and townships, as well as in urban areas, in select cities across the continent. And that has allowed us to be able to build a pipeline of entrepreneurs. And that's in essence what corporates are looking for. They're looking for the pipeline, but they're also looking for somebody who can develop and mentor the pipeline into an impact-focused business. So that is value when it comes to that. When the networking events themselves, that's a lost leading asset that allows us to attract and draw a crowd like nobody else can in the space that we are in. On the funding business side, which is the People's Fund, it's very simple. We looked at the marketplace and we said Black entrepreneurs are not funded the right way. We are going to start our own crowdfunding platform. And initially, we did the traditional crowdfunding like everybody else would do, where we were helping entrepreneurs to get assets through the crowd. But the pivot wasn't to purchase order funding, because that's where the customers were coming from. Entrepreneurs were coming to us and saying, look, I've got this purchase order, but I can't get funding, I'm not credit worthy, all sorts of things. And then we started building a model around that, and a very strong due diligence process that followed that. And ours was saying, how do we bring the cost of funding down? And how do we make sure that the person we are assisting, we're not putting all of these layers of regulations and bureaucracy the same way that other institutions do it, you know? And yet, how do we protect the capital from the investor so that tomorrow we can reinvest this money and continue to serve even more entrepreneurs? And we service entrepreneurs at a 6% of purchase order value, and we find ourselves serving them within 2 to 5 days. And you know, I think the numbers speak for themselves. They're testament to the service that to the space that we are in. 3 years later, as the People's Fund, we are over 200 million rand in turnover, and that tells you that we are solving the right problem. And there's more to follow from there. And I think I leave it there because I mean, we could speak about all sorts of businesses.
I think for me, the particular interest, Dr. Moloi, is particularly around the Stokvel, platform that you spoke about, because this is something that, it affects our mothers, our grandmothers. And we know that in December, there will be grocery that's coming up, for election. So I think maybe just that business model and what then the unique value proposition is in that business. And
look, nothing is more resilient like a group of people coming together with a common goal. You know, you could argue the government is that. Arguably, it's all parties coming together under the union building and trying to see the common goal of South Africa. You know, and everyone has a different voice. We just need to agree on that specific goal, which is, I guess, another conversation its own. But if you look at the numbers from a Stokvel perspective, right? I mean, there's about 11 million people that use Stokvels in this country, right? And then 80% of those are Black people, which talks to arguably the huge majority of, I think, where most of unemployment is lying. You know, I mean, the unemployment stats came out not so long ago. You know, so you've got these people who are sitting in that capacity, who can actually grab that opportunity themselves indirectly and actually do something about it. You know, because they've showed resilience. You know, I always say that it's so amazing that at home we have a Stokvel that's 30 years old, that's got 100,000 rand. You know, then you wonder that actually what were they doing for the past 30 years? You know, so it comes to say, how do we imagine Stokvels in a different way? How do we make sure that Stokvels actually participate and do the necessary groundwork they're supposed to do? You as a young person, you might be thinking, look, I don't have capital, but yet your mom belongs to that grocery Stokvel that every end of the year, they buy a lot of groceries, bulk of them, which has its benefits to a certain degree. But I think that time of benefits have thoroughly reduced versus what's required in the country right now at the present moment. You know, so if we take that and we consolidate that industry, like I said in the beginning, a 50 billion rand industry, we can actually, you know, change society. We can actually buy a whole retail store. We can buy franchises. We can do a lot if we just focus that capital in the right way. We can change infrastructures. We can fund Gauteng if we wanted to. So I think the question that ultimately is, if I'm bringing it back to resilience, the Stokvel industry is very resilient. In fact, even if you look at the past pandemic, not the past, the current pandemic and the past year, you actually see that during that time, Stokvels actually put more money away, and those who got funerals actually were able to cover those funerals for their members, showing the resilience in the market for that.
No, great. So, one of the things that, Sile, you'd mentioned, and I want to pick up on this, but before I pick up on the question, so there is a belief now, I don't know whether it's mistaken or not, and, you guys are the experts in this field, but there's a belief of that one big tender is what is going to create my sustainable business. Now, whereas what you, and I could have heard you incorrectly, but what you had said is that it's that customer that you service, that first customer that you service, which allows you then to pivot into a sustainable business. But, so I mean, I'm waiting for that one big tender, and then my business will be resilient. So just take us through that, it's almost like an oxymoron, if you will, and your thoughts around that.
Yeah, on my end, I think it's very foolish for us to think that if that was going to be the case, to date, I've been in business forever, and I've never gotten a tender myself, right? That tells you a lot. It doesn't mean we don't apply. We apply, we participate. Government is the biggest buyer of goods and services in this country, and therefore you must leverage the platforms that exist. Whenever there's an opportunity, tap into it, right? But I think a more important thing to ask yourself is, what problem am I solving? And does it matter? Does anybody care about it? If somebody cares about it, then they're going to pay for it, right? And if you can spend enough time talking to potential customers, we don't do enough of that. What we do is, CIPC, we get there, we register staff, I've got a BBB certificate, I've got tax clearance, everything is, you get that whole package. I mean, BizGov, the platform has done an amazing job of making sure that regulatory framework is very easy to start a business right now, especially digitally. I absolutely love it, and I congratulate them for doing that. Now, the problem is we get in thinking when I've got papers to start a business or to run, is that that's a business. That's not what you start with. What you start with is the problem, and somebody must pay you for that problem. And just because one is paying you for it does not mean you have a business either. Keep asking questions, keep iterating up until you get to a point where there's more than one person who's answering to the same thing, and they're responding in a positive manner to the problem that you are solving. Then you know that you've hit it on the nail. Even then, there are still going to be many problems. And one of those problems, simple things like pricing. You are going to price yourself out of the market, underpriced. You're going to do all sorts of things. You're going to do many mistakes at Dormonje because, that's, it's just like a baby. They crawl, they fall, they run, they fall before they start becoming confident in what they're doing. So there's no shortcut when it comes to that. You are still going to go through those problems, whether you like it or not. But there is a better way. I mean, in this country, more than any other country on the continent, we've got more incubators, we've got more accelerators, we've got so much developmental support that is there for the guideline that we are looking for. We've got enough mentors. We've got the internet itself where you don't even have to enter into any incubator program. Just get on the internet, ask a question, the question is going to be answered. If you want Elon Musk to be your mentor, just get on the internet and follow him on Twitter or follow some of the things that he speaks about on YouTube. Like, it does not matter who you want to listen to. The point is, do you understand why you are in the space that you are in? And I find more often than not that amachita baya nabosesterekas abazwa ebangena lapho. Thola umuntu ubona ule kuthengisa iacha nawe usuyangena uthengisa iacha. Awukabuza ukuthi enhle kwawuthengisa iacha uyithole kuphi? Why that type of acha? Who likes it? Why are you saying something price? Like, keep asking the why questions more often than not, so that you can get to the crux of the matter before you get into a space one has understand.
So true, so true. And and this is a conversation for another day, but you spoke about the hookup dinner being a loss leader.
And you know, it surprises me when people, you know, and I might be controversial here, but when people didn't understand why Facebook, you know, purchased the likes of WhatsApp, and now, you know, having a loss leader, now you have to commercialize.
Yeah.
You know, but that's a conversation for another day. I think for me, you know, and we probably have about, you know, a couple of minutes left. Is the one thing I just wanted to understand, and I think a lot of people want to understand, is the effects of COVID on your business. And let us start with and really relate that to the resilience of your business. Now, let's start with this Stokfela and how COVID has affected you. What measures have you put in place to ensure that your business is resilient, and what do you see as the output? And then we'll also move on to Sele with the same question, just as, you know, heading to close.
Yeah, so I think for us, COVID has been a positive impact because we are a digital company. So we're already providing a digital solution to stockfiles that were manually functioning, you know. So all we did is we made sure that we fully digitized completely because one, we were working at an office, and suddenly now all of us are working at home. Some of my teammates are still working at home given the pandemic. So from that point of view, what has helped is that it shifted people to adopt the solution. So there has been definitely a positive impact, but at the same time, there has been a negative impact because people still feel and want, because we deal with people's money, they still feel and want to see us personally, which is just shows that there's still a lot of education that needs to get done around the tech and technologies that, yes, people can adopt, but people still have that mistrust of technology, particularly in our space that we deal with. So that's the challenges that we've been facing, you know, and we've been working closely with our stock files in order to enable that. So what we do is that we get other stock files to tell the story on our behalf in order to make sure that other stockers can see that the positive impact, you know, which slightly touches on what Usleb was saying, was that other people do what other people do as they see. You know, so just they see a successful stock file, like a property stock file, then they want to replicate, but they actually don't ask the why. So we step in making sure that they understand the why. We connect them with that other stock file, with that individual, so that we make sure that their level of risk is reduced, or not understanding is reduced from that point of view. So how do we see going forward? We don't see, particularly in the industry where we are, that stock files going backwards into manual collection or into manual functioning. We see them actually fully digitizing, and by doing that, I think we'll be doing justice for the country.
Excellent. And Dr. So again, the question is quite simple: is the effect of COVID? What mitigation you know, have you put into your business model, and then what do you see then becomes the output thereof, or the effects thereof?
Look, on the that side, because we run enterprise development programs, a lot of it has got to do with education. So digitizing our platforms and the way that we serve our customers was the way to go. So that has helped us a lot. In fact, during COVID last year in June, we launched a franchising stockfile together with Tsepo, and it was about bringing a community of people together. Tsepo's got the platform, I've got the community. Bringing these things together was just pure magic. You know, we didn't, and I think the anchor of all of that is trust. If you are not trusted in the marketplace, it doesn't matter what you are launching, whether it's offline or online. So work on your name more than anything. Make sure that you are trustworthy. Make sure that other people can vouch for you. And if you can do that confidently and consistently, then the rest becomes a bit easier, because those are the same people who are going to refer you to other people and open doors for you in other rooms where you do not even know that they exist, you know. So business for me is built at the speed of trust, absolutely critical. And that is what has carried us through. COVID or not, we are thriving purely because consistently, whether you search for me on Facebook, Twitter, link, does not matter the platform that you search for me on. There's consistency in my message and in how I put things across. And as a result, when there's a call to action to do business, people respond positively to that. Thank you.
Perfect. No, gents, thank you very much, man, for your time. We've actually run out of time. Truly appreciate. I mean, I think there was, you know, some wise words, both from the personal front, which is, you know, also important. And I think a lot of people actually forget that a lot of entrepreneurs, the sacrifice that needs to be made, because what we see is that, you know, there's an Andile who's driving a very fancy car, yet you don't know the hustle and what it means, the personal sacrifice. You also then, you know, spoke to the hard business modeling and how, you know, as an example, look for the first customer, service the hell out of that customer, and then the revenues will flow rather than, you know, uplome koni and wait for the tender. So gents, I really, really want to thank you, and all the best, man, with your, you know, with all of your endeavors, and certainly I'll be doing a lot more research out of that. So have a lovely day further.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Cool. So we will now be taking a, you know, we'll now be going into the parallel breakaway sessions, which are going to be happening. So what will happen is that, and I did mention this earlier on, is that in the breakaways, because they're happening in parallel, you'll be able to choose the session which is of particular interest to you. So to be able to choose that, you need to go into the live stage, which is on the main menu or the home page. So it's live stage, which is on the left-hand side of the screen. And you can either pick the one which is building resilience through collaboration, and then the other one which is building resilient digital entrepreneurs through the Gauteng Center of Excellence, and that is going to be hosted by Microsoft. So the first one, building resilience through collaboration, understanding the concepts, that's going to be hosted by Young Women in Business, and then the second one, which is running in parallel, is going to be hosted by Microsoft. So please, you know, get onto the main page, onto the live stage, and pick the one that you want. And I'll see you there. Welcome back, and thank you to the discussions that were happening in parallel at the breakaway session. So we just like to especially thank Nthabeleng, who is the executive chairperson of Young Women in Business Network, YWBN, and then also Reino Rensberger, who's the Chief Technology Officer for Microsoft for Africa. I had the privilege of being able to spend 15 minutes in each session, and I think that based on the questions and the level of follow-up, it means that people have found value, which is exactly what we wanted. So yeah, really again want to thank the host of those sessions. We're now going to be moving on to a video, which is going to be a video by Vodacom Business, who is now the next phase that we move into. Then I'll make further announcements thereafter.
These days, we all need a light in our lives. This light is connecting a family who've been apart. This light is learners everywhere exploring the biggest library in the universe. These lights represent women in dangerous situations connecting to real health. These lights are people connecting to free healthcare. These small businesses connecting to opportunities for growth. So when you look closer, these lights are not just technology, they're connections for better lives, and we won't stop until everyone is connected. Vodacom.
Excellent. So we now move into the next phase, where we've got 3 upcoming parallel breakaway sessions. So the first one is being hosted by Vodacom. The theme there, or the title, is Building Resilience Through Collaboration and Understanding the Concept. So that's the first one, hosted by Vodacom Business. The second one is around digital marketing, and it's really around leveraging the power of social media to be able to market your business, which is hosted by Digify Africa. As I did allude to earlier on, is that there will be a panel discussion which is being hosted which is being led by Gauteng Department of Economic Development around the township economic revitalization. So the panel discussion, and if you want to, if you want to be able to attend that, that will be live streamed. That particular one will be live streamed on the socials. But just for, I think that I need to just maybe clarify for people that want to go into the breakaway sessions, because I think there was a bit of confusion. So here's what my advice would be: is based on the page, this page where we are, click back on the main, click back on the browser. It'll then take you into the main page. In there, you'll see on the left there is a place where it says live stages. Once you click on live stages, it then shows you which ones of the sessions that you must attend. So that's what you do. So again, let me repeat. So on the browser that you are on now, you basically click the back button. It then takes you onto the main stage, or the main page. You then look on the left. You'll see that there is a heading there that says live stages, and that's where you are then able to click and then pick one of the sessions. So I hope to see you guys shortly in one of those 3 parallel breakaway discussions. So good afternoon to everyone. Good afternoon, colleagues. Thank you very much for joining us today, where we're going to speak around a wonderful initiative, which is called the Gauteng Virtual SME Summit, which is going to be hosted and run by the Gauteng Department of Economic Development. So colleagues, you'll be aware that 2020 has been a very challenging year for not just in South Africa, but from a global point of view. And therefore, interventions that need to be made in the country become all the more critical. We've listened to the president where he was speaking around the economic recovery plan. We've listened to other interventions that government is going to make. But I think, I'd like to invite, the colleagues just to maybe unpack this issue. And maybe, Mr. Mahlomi, just, to understand from you the impact of COVID
in the South African economy, of course, being an official in the Gauteng provincial government, is how is then that trickled down into Gauteng, more especially the SMEs, and why is it that we are now having the summit?
Thank you so much, sir. When people are talking about the new normal, I normally say that it has exposed the huge gap of inequality, structural, economic, and from the perspective of SMMEs as government, when we are dealing with the SMMEs, we are also dealing with issues of structural inequality. And when people talk about ascending to the new normal, we then ask the question about the SMMEs in the townships. This new normal, how normal is it to them? Because it was never there. And so what COVID has exposed is that gap. But from the government perspective, we believe that we have the role to close that gap. Now, Gauteng government has what we call township economic revitalization, which is based on the notion that the township economy plays a major role in our economy. Unfortunately, due to the legacy of our past, the township SMMEs always find themselves on the back foot. And I'm talking about the issue of spatial planning. I'm all talking about the issues of access to technology. I'm talking about the issues of access to funding. I'm talking about the issues of access to information. Therefore, as the government, we then felt that this economy, which is the World Bank is calling a silent economy, plays a huge role in our own economy and therefore cannot be ignored. In order for us to grow South African economy, we ought and we have to grow the township economy. Hence the strategy Township Economic Revitalization, which then was based on a policy document called TMR, which stands for Transformation, Modernization and Reindustrialization. The notion of transformation is based on different approaches. One of them is the government say, let's transform the spatial planning of the past so that we give the township-based SMMEs the fighting chance. Two, let's also transform the markets that these SMMEs are finding themselves in. And from the modernization perspective, we believe that the township SMMEs, if they were to get access to modern technology, that would actually increase their profitability, that would also increase their competitiveness. And from the modernization perspective, we also then acknowledge the fact that as government, we do not have it all. If I may say so, we then say that in order for us to modernize the township economy, in order to transform it, we need to partner with the private sector, which one has experience, and two have the knowledge that we need, and then three, they have the resources, and then four, they also then can help in terms of giving access to market. And within the space of the new Gauteng vision, which is called Growing Gauteng Together 2030, one of the emphasis that we put there is the social compact with the corporate, social compact with the labor, and social compact with the society, whereby we work together to grow South African economy together. And now, when you speak about the impact of COVID, we also need to kind of like think back and say, what is it that COVID has done, especially within the circumstances that the township economies find themselves in. Most of the businesses in the mainstream might have suffered. However, if we are to look at the impact of that suffering compared to the township businesses, it's a bit minimal, because most of the township businesses, basically, none of them had access to technology, and none of them actually, some of them actually were not even trading. So some of them might have had to close down, and some are still waiting on government to intervene. Now, the question would then be, how do we change the situation? As I have said, the Premier in his speech, he emphasized, and also the President emphasized on the social compact. We believe that if we put our resources together as government and also the corporates, we will be able to pull out the township economy out of where it is currently, and also to then integrate the township-based SMMEs in the mainstream economy. It's only through the partnership. It is therefore whereby we get corporates like Microsoft that are saying, we want to come to the table. Let's see how we can do that together. We appreciate that.
Thank you, sir. And interestingly enough, I mean, when you speak about the modernization strategy, of course, it takes technology. Mr. Ngobo, maybe just to head on to you, you know, with regards to the digital economy and the participation of SMEs, what's Microsoft's role in there? And also, why is Microsoft partnering with GPG for this particular virtual SMME summit?
So thanks, Andile. Look, as an organization, we have a responsibility true to our mission to empower every person and every organization to achieve more. And it's very important for us that we help government to really build an inclusive economy underpinned by digital transformation. That will talk to how do we make sure that we enable the SMMEs to have the right skills, whether it's a hard or the softer skills. How do we create a platform where we drive digital training to enable the SMMEs in the township? And that will require some investment in terms of digital infrastructure, as the President was alluding to the key areas of the economic recovery plan. One of the areas that the economic recovery plan has identified its investment around digital infrastructure. So the shift needs to happen. That previously we've been connecting the buildings. I think the Minister of Communication and Digital Technologies, she put it very eloquently, and shift from connecting the building and connecting people. Once we've connected people, we create an ecosystem that connects business naturally. Because what we are trying to do now is to look at the economy that is over the platforms, and I like how you've referenced the World Bank as a silent economy, because if we get SMMEs to the digital platform, and then there is transparency in terms of what they can connect to, which ecosystems they can formulate, and what opportunities are existing across the entire value chain. So it's very important for Microsoft to be in the forefront in terms of partnering with GPG around the SMME Summit. Because for us, our relationship with GPG is a relationship that drives digital transformation, that drives the empowerment, that enables the citizens' engagement. But more importantly, to think about what are the next big things that we can think and take GPG forward. GPG, from an eGov point of view, which is the only construct of a department in the country that really drives the e-services, is well positioned to really bring the SMMEs into the ecosystem, but we need to start looking at what are these use cases that the SMMEs can start looking at. You know, whether you talk about if you want to renew a driver's license, is it still relevant that I go to the testing station when there are digital platforms? I can have an e-license that it sits in the platform, right? We need to elevate these SMME to a level of startups, give them a use case for innovation so that they start innovating and look at the revenue model, because the consumption of innovation by the citizens, this is where you can spin a lot of revenue as compared to, you know, government intervening from a funding point of view. Imagine if you renew your licenses from a digital platform, you pay a little bit of X amount of money and government is able to put a surcharge. So it tells you that our construct of innovation and transformation must be largely be underpinned by this digital platform, and the opportunities are massive. And this is one use case that we can identify. There are massive use cases that we can look at, ring fence them, encourage the SMMEs to drive the innovation and open up the platform so that innovation happens on these platforms.
So I like how you speak about the digital infrastructure and that being key to the recovery plan. Now, you also touched on skills, and I think maybe, Mr. Mhlomi, Microsoft has launched the Global Skilling Initiative globally to be able to train and reskill 25 million people globally. However, in the partnership with Microsoft, there's been the creation of the Global Skilling Initiative for SMEs. Maybe talk us through the thinking behind that. What does that entail? But also the importance and the impact on the SMEs. And also, I think, dare I say that, how are you going to make sure that you differentiate here such that this is not a talk shop and it's something that there's going to be post support from the Microsoft of the world?
The summit, it's important to mention that we had it last year, and that when we were conceptualizing it, we said that we want to make sure that it's not a talk shop. Because we then said that it should serve as a platform that would link SMMEs to opportunity. It should serve as a platform that would link SMMEs to information. It should be a platform that links SMMEs to finances. And if we're to look at some of the things that we managed to achieve in the previous summit, I think we have about 4 or 5 SMMEs that managed to get access to market. And if COVID didn't happen, we had hoped that by the time we go to this summit, all the 256 SMMEs we had last year would have had access to market. We had a plan, everything was basically on the table. Unfortunately, COVID happened. However, it is within this circumstance whereby we then decided that instead of waiting for the pandemic to finish, we need to use innovative way to continue supporting the SMMEs. And therefore, the current summit that we are hosting, the virtual summit, it's basically the theme is building resilient SMMEs. The reason we are saying we build resilient SMMEs is that we want to make sure that the SMMEs out of the townships are able to live through the pandemic and thrive. The SMMEs in the township are able to make profit in the midst of crisis. And how do we achieve that? We then coined the summit and say that it needs to address the issues of resilience, especially within the digital space. In order to close that gap that I have spoken about, one of the key elements that is needed is the equipping and capacitating of the SMMEs about these platforms and connecting them. And so we have partnered with the likes of Microsoft to be then saying, you are the gurus in the space. You have the infrastructure, you have everything. And therefore, the summit is just basically to say to SMMEs, we are embarking on a journey. Here are the partners that we are embarking with. And so it's not about Microsoft coming and speaking at the summit and then that's it. We have started the process whereby we have given courses that are mandatory for the SMMEs to do. And post the summit, we are going to increase that to build their capacity so that they can harness the power of the digital economy. And the best part about it is that we are saying the opportunities are on the digital platform. Opportunities about the information, opportunities about funding, opportunities about access to market. These are the things that we are chasing, but we cannot chase them unless we have SMMEs that are well equipped. And it's not training for the sake of training. It's a training to sharpen the SMMEs, to give them the edge, to give them the competitive edge within the space.
Thank you. You speak of access to markets. And as we wrap up, but as the head of the Emerging Partner Program, from a Microsoft point of view, when you speak about access to markets, this is key. So just, some of the interventions that, from a Microsoft Partner Network point of view that, that we have, maybe just speak around that.
Yeah, look, we, as Microsoft, we realize that, it's very important to build an inclusive ecosystem. That talks to the strategic imperative of the country from a transformation and the lifting of the previously disadvantaged. This talks to how do we make sure that we equip our Black emerging partner to the level of the other established partners. So this program, it's really about looking at the SMMEs. How do we make sure that they have access to training and they have access to certification, and then we create market opportunities for them in terms of rolling out plans in terms of driving deployments and enable government, whether be it remote working and other initiatives. I think this program has been a success, and we are still scaling up and putting more investment in order to make sure that we drive our transformation imperative. This is a program that does not only provide access to market, it builds a strong technical capability. Because as you accumulate more seats in terms of deployment, you are able to progress your status from silver to gold and become a fully fledged and established digital technology company that you have an ability now to go to the market on the back of Microsoft certification. And I think it's important that we continue to do that because it addresses some of the imperatives of the country. But also what I want to touch on is on the back of this program, if I look at the construct of this partnership, is to ensure now how do we co-invest with government to create a scale from a resource pool, so that when we train, when we give access to market, we don't end there. We start thinking about the sustainability. We start thinking about what innovation these SMME can drive on the back of Microsoft platforms, right? That is why the initiatives that you are running with GPG around the Center of Excellence becomes relevant, because now you are talking post-support, you are talking sustainability, but also you are talking enablement, because the agile world and the agile economy that we live in, it requires innovation, it requires thinking differently, but also it requires a platform where people can solve real problems. And the country currently, we've gone through a couple of stages through COVID-19, trying to navigate and getting the economy back, whether we were looking at, how do we respond to COVID, how do we recover, how do we reimagine the economy. But more importantly, to the theme of the summit, how do you build a resilient business? What is a resilient business? And we need to make obviously we need to make some few assumptions around the resilient business, right? Firstly, we need to assume that every business today is a digital business. Whichever way we want to look at it, every business is a digital business. That's our starting point. If every business is a digital business, it means our infrastructure must support our assumption. That is why investment around digital infrastructure becomes very important, because we are not only investing in the digital infrastructure to connect the building, to connect the businesses, but we are creating a digital society that is inclusive. So it means we have an opportunity there to scale up, but more importantly, to be deliberately in terms of co-investment with government and really put focus on these SMMEs as we've been driving. Microsoft has been very responsive in terms of looking at the Black Partner Imaging Program and be very deliberately in terms of our criteria, because we want the Black emerging partners to take center stage, to be developed, to be lifted, and to be integrated into our entire partner ecosystem.
No, Mr. Ngobo, thank you very much for those comments. So in closing then, in 1 minute or less, the Global Skilling Initiative for Township SMEs, why do you support it? What is the envisaged impact?
In my opening remarks, I mentioned that the township economy, which is called the silent economy, is not able to compete in the mainstream economy due to lack of skills, lack of information, lack of resources. I do believe that the Microsoft Skills Development Initiative will be a game changer. It is the tool that we need to equip the SMMEs and make them profitable and make them competitive within this space. So I do believe that through that, township SMMEs will be competitive within the space of mainstream economy.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, sir. Much appreciated. 30 seconds. Why must the township SME be excited by this virtual summit?
Because there are opportunities now. They need to grab the opportunity. They need to be able to drive the inclusion based on the opportunity that is on the table, but more importantly, to drive innovation. I strongly believe that an SMME that is in Alex better understand the conditions of Alex than the SMME that is in midstream. So localization and also bring a digital culture from a community point of view. These are soft skills that the Global Skilling Initiative is trying to tell us, that there's something that we need to look at in order to create this resilient business. I think this is a great opportunity because it brings that inclusivity. And if we are bringing inclusivity and building an inclusive economy underpinned by digital economy, then culture plays a role. We're a multicultural nation. So we need to start thinking and infusing that in all the initiatives of the empowerment, of development, so that we continue to have a diverse and enabled economy.
Wow. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for an extremely informative conversation, very engaging. And I think that with this pandemic, as they call it now, we are now in the new normal. As they say, we are in unprecedented times. And therefore, these are the level of conversations that we need to be having. These are the level of investments. This is the social compact, which is, demanded by the president, which is demanded by the premiers, to be able to take our economy forward, to be able to make sure that we're able to recover. So once again, gentlemen, thank you very, very much. And we'll see you at the summit.
So welcome back to everyone, and I certainly hope that the parallel sessions is something that you have enjoyed, and certainly there was a lot of engagement in that instance. We're now moving on to the next segment, and that segment is a talk around the role of business in supporting SMEs, and that is going to be held by Usisinos Ngobo, who's the Public Affairs and Communications Director from CCBA. Now, just a bit of context around her. So she joins CCBSA from Tiger Brands, where she led the group external relations in the role of director. So in that particular role, she was accountable for government and stakeholder relations, which also included the CSI components, SED, BBBEE. Prior to that, of course, there was various organizations, but some worthy of noting is that she actually started a career at Sasol in 1994 at the dawn of democracy as the marketing officer, and then went on to join other organizations. So, Sisnos Tselo, we must then hand over to you and look forward to your presentation. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Andile, for that warm welcome. Thank you so much for the invitation. It's my great honor to join you this afternoon. I look forward to engaging you and the rest of the attendees. And hopefully this is not the last time we're engaging on this topic. We'll have an opportunity to engage further. So if you can just give me a moment, I can project a slide. We have 15 minutes together, so I will try to be as quick as possible, but I am around to take any questions. So my session today really is about the role that business can play in supporting SMMEs. We fully appreciate and realize that SMMEs are the backbone of our economy, and they have a really important role to play. So at a very high level, some of the discussion points that I would like to share today is just some principles. It's always nice to have rules of engagement, to have principles to guide any dialogue, any engagement, any partnership. And then I would like to share some of our journey as CCBSA. CCBSA, by the way, is the Coca-Cola Beverages South Africa. We are a bottler for Coca-Cola. So the trucks that you see on the road, that's us. I want to share our transformation agenda, our targets, and our levers. And I just want to prelude this point with this comment. What I'm sharing with you is not an opportunity for us to brag, but an opportunity for us to share our journey, the lessons that we've learned, and also to emphasize that this for us is the beginning. There's so much more that we like to do in this area as a business. I'll also touch very briefly on some of the initiatives that we have had in the space of SMMEs. We have so many social partners, we have so many partners in the SMME space whom we are very proud to call our partners. And then I'll spend a few minutes concluding my presentation. So one of the things that I would like to share is this: as a country, as a system, as a whole, we don't need new policies in the space. We don't need new policies to support SMMEs. What we need is to effectively implement existing policies. And I'm sure that the sentiment that is shared by most people in the country, and certainly in this forum. And as business, we need to walk the talk. We need to demonstrate by our actions that we fully understand our responsibility towards the communities where we have our businesses located, and by actually investing and doing some tangible projects. And in turn, our call for SMMEs is for them to be resilient, is a commitment to compete, to survive, and to succeed, and have a vision for their own evolution and capacity to change. And not just to change their business operations, but to change their minds and change their attitudes and change their business plans so that they can adapt to new opportunities as and when required. COVID is a perfect example that has allowed us to see who can survive, who cannot survive. And survival really is not about who's smarter, who's bigger, who's better. Survival is about adaptability, and that's a common theme across species, whether it's animals, it's human beings, it's businesses. So there's a call for resilience and adaptability. Also, as large businesses, we have a responsibility to actively pursue and invest in business linkages programs. What we mean by this is we have to have opportunities where we link with small businesses, we link with micro enterprises, instead of going outside the country, instead of connecting with other big businesses. But where can we explore actively business linkages programs? And these tend to benefit the economies where we are all located as a whole. So instead of taking money out of our communities, out of our economies, we actually work together and we grow the economies where we are all located. And the next point that I would like to make is, let's elevate the game. Elevating the game is about ensuring that there's sustainability in the work that we do, jointly as SMMEs and as big businesses. Sustainability is many things to many people, but in the context of my presentation, sustainability is about allowing access to market for SMMEs. There's no point in having the most amazing product if we don't have access to the market. No one is buying our product, no one is buying our service. We are as good as a sitting duck. And I believe also, or we believe as a company, that progressive transformation agendas are critical to SMME success. So I just wanted to prelude my presentation with some of these principles that will inform the rest of the presentation. So what are we doing at CCBSA? So we set our agenda back in 2016 when the company started. So before 2016, Coca-Cola had numerous bottlers around the country. So they all came together under one umbrella, and they were named Coca-Cola Beverages South Africa. So in 2016, we were non-compliant in as far as BE is concerned, but we set ourselves a target of reaching level 1 in 2022. And I'm proud to report that last year, we actually reached our targets of level 3. Unfortunately, we were discounted to level 4. We have fixed some of the things that we needed to fix. So as at 2021, we are on track to achieving level 2. And if things really go well, we can even meet our 22 targets this year. So watch this space. We are very excited. There's numerous announcements that you may have seen in the media, but I just wanted to set the scene that 5 years ago, we actually set a plan, a target for ourselves that as a big corporate in South Africa, this is where we want to end up. And I'm proud to report that we are on track within that regard. So, oh, sorry, I think I've skipped the slide. What did I do? Okay, I'm back. So what we did, we identified 6 strategic priorities to deliver on our transformation agenda. The first priority was to ensure that we increase the Black ownership to 30% by 2021. The announcement that you may have seen in the newspapers about 2-3 weeks ago puts us squarely into achieving that target. I'll be spending some time with our preferential procurement agenda, as well as our agri-fund of 400 million that we are on target to spend 400 million by 2020, by May this year, May 2021. And in fact, we've exceeded our preferential and supply development targets of 3.9 billion. We are now standing at about 7.8 billion. There's a lot of initiatives that have driven and supported these priorities. We believed in distributor development, in retailer development, as well as spending money under social economic development. So all the bottom 3 have really fed into the top 3 levers in terms of what we are doing as a company. I'm gonna share a quick slide on our preferential procurement. I've already indicated that back in 2018, we set ourselves a target of achieving 3.9 billion in preferential procurement by 2020. And as at the end of last year, which is 2020, we actually managed to transform 7.8 billion in preferential procurement. And this is not the end. We are not stopping here. We've just finalized our plans. We're looking at more ways at expanding the scope, and this is not the end for us. And if you look at the table, we've categorized the various areas of spend, i.e. packaging, raw materials, marketing, commercial, as well as professional services. All of these are the areas where we are spending our procurement spend with Black companies. And you can see the growth from 2016 right up to 2020, 10% right to 40%. As I've said, this is not the end for us, and this is the beginning. So this is everything we've spent with Black suppliers in our value chain. So some of the initiatives that I want to speak about, we have got a very interesting program called Business in a Box. Business in a Box basically is a program where we empower young people. It's a full end-to-end program with a container. There's training, there's support, post-business, post-training support, where young people are actually located inside their areas of stay, inside communities. We're also supporting micro businesses and sort of creating an economic hub. So you will have a car wash, you'll have an internet cafe, you'll have a spaza shop, etc., all within the same walking distance. And the idea here really is to create a powerful economic hub of small businesses. To date, we have rolled out over 220 outlets. We've trained 700 young people, and we've invested over 9 million rand. We've invested over 60 million rand with these young people. And to date, they have generated over 9 million rand in the revenues on average, with profits of up to 2 million rand. And this is a very good story, not just for CCBSA, because at the end of the day, as I've mentioned in part of the principles, part of the success criteria is sustainability. When small businesses have got access to markets, then they become sustainable. So it's not enough for us as a big corporate just to give these young people money and outlet and then we walk away. We actually stay with them and we walk through the journey with them and make sure that when we pull out or when we move away to another young corporate or entrepreneur, the entrepreneur that we're working with is fully sustainable. There's no point in us investing, working out, and then they don't survive. Over and above the Business in a Box, we also set ourselves a target of training young entrepreneurs, about 25,000 of those, and we've exceeded our target, and 58% of those were women. So it's just one of the many initiatives that we have focused on. Equally important in our world is the agribusiness. We firmly believe that agriculture has got a very big role to play in addressing economic activity, in addressing poverty, in addressing entrepreneurship in South Africa. And we are very happy to see that this is the same sentiment that government shares. So as CCBSA, we have our foundation called Mintiro, and we committed to spend 400 million in Mintiro by May 2021. So to date, we have spent, when I say spent, we've dispersed. So the money is not spent on us, but it's spent on beneficiaries. So we've worked with, we've established 26 emerging agri-entrepreneurs with over 1,000 jobs created. 43% of those businesses are women, and we have dispersed over 250 million to date. And the rest of the money is already committed. And we already have identified additional businesses that we will spend the remaining 80 million by 2021. So we're very, very proud. Sorry, the numbers are not updated. So we've spent over 253 million already, and about 320 of that is committed. So we believe that agriculture is a very critical space for us to play in. And over and above the sugarcane where we source, agriculture is a very critical segment in our economy. If farmers don't work, we don't eat. So some of the concluding remarks that I would like to share is, as I've mentioned before, there are so many opportunities for us to find each other. And I believe that between big business and small business, we all want the same things. We don't need new policies from government. We want government to help us effectively implement existing policies. I'm not going to waste time going through a laundry list of what has not worked. But my challenge this afternoon, is for government to allow, to create an enabling regulatory environment. If we were to sit back and understand and appreciate the time it takes for an entrepreneur to get the permits, to get the registration, etc., it's actually a bit unfair if you compare to other markets. So we believe that if government has, particularly local government, can support us with creating an enabling regulatory environment on a continuous basis to allow us as big business to create business linkages with SMMEs, that would be highly, highly appreciated. South Africa is home for us, and we remain committed to work with all the stakeholders to grow this economy. And let's elevate the game. Let's ensure sustainability and ensure viable SMMEs. So that is all I had to share with you. And Andile, you'll guide me in terms of Q&A, but I'm happy to take questions from the floor. Thank you so much. That's the end of my presentation.
No, thank you very much, ma'am, for those remarks. And I think, I mean, you'd said that you don't want to seem like you are bragging, but certainly the results don't lie. And so it's not bragging rights, but the results don't lie. Look, I think, you know, what we will do, ma'am, is that I'm sure there's a lot of interactions that are going to happen. And so what we'll do, like we're doing with all other partners, is to channel it through the Department of Economic Development, so that there are the structured bilateral relations that happen, which then will open up the opportunity for more engagement via the SMEs. But, you know, with that, we really want to thank you for making the time, and also, you know, just showing us that indeed, you know, there are corporate citizens out there who are making sure that they might be an international organization, but they're deeply vested in South Africa and in making sure that South Africa works. So thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Perfect, perfect. So we're now going to move on to the next conversation, and that's going to be hosted by Mr. Fred Roots. Well, good afternoon. We are now literally in the graveyard shift, and I wouldn't envy, you know, Fred, you know, who has the responsibility over the next 10 minutes or so to present to us, you know, really around the recipe for entrepreneurs. And when I look at, you know, heavy chefs, I almost thought it's skinny chefs, because they say that you must never trust the skinny chef. So just by way of introduction, Fred is the founder and CEO of Heavy Chef, which is a learning platform for entrepreneurs. So the name Heavy Chef comes from the saying that never trust a skinny chef, and also, you know, to celebrate people to be able to eat their own food. So Fred has also written his own book, the first book, Heavy Chef Guide to Starting a Business in South Africa, which was launched in 2018 and became a bestseller on Amazon. So Fred is the co-founder of the Heavy Chef Foundation, aimed at providing funding for high potential emerging entrepreneurs. Fred, the virtual stage is yours, sir.
Thank you, Ndile. It's an honor to be here and an honor to be a sponsor of this event, and for us to really support and serve the community that is being represented here, the entrepreneurs. So just a quick explanation about Heavy Chef, just for those of you who are wondering. Heavy Chef has got nothing to do with cooking. It's all about providing recipes for entrepreneurs. And so what that means is essentially we curate the world's best speakers and authorities on technology, leadership, and creativity. At the heart of Heavy Chef, which effectively is a learning platform for entrepreneurs, is the core belief that that entrepreneurs can change the world for the better. And we really, really do believe that. We feel that that entrepreneurs are the real Marvel superheroes in our midst. We are the people that the capes, and that will affect change. You know, if we wait for top-down change, we might be waiting for some time. And precedent and research shows that that around the world, that we as a group of people, a segment of the population, can affect bottom-up change, and we can do that rapidly. And so what Heavy Chef is all about is really about inspiring and empowering entrepreneurs. First of all, inspiring entrepreneurs to start new projects, and then empowering them to succeed. So the people in this audience, and those of you who are entrepreneurs or aspiring entrepreneurs, I really salute you, and I really want to encourage you on your journey. It's a very, very difficult path, but it's a worthwhile one. It is filled with meaning and with purpose, and it will make your life over the long term better, as well as those around you. So salute, and I serve you. So just in terms of the short period of time that I have today, I wanted to show you what we're doing, and a quick share in terms of the recipes that we provide, just to give you an idea of how we want to inspire and empower. So I'm going to share my screen, and I'm going to quickly just pull up so the first thing I want to do is just show you the homepage. So this is essentially what the homepage of the platform looks like. So we have effectively a platform that you can join, and that you can sign up to, and you can then start consuming the recipes, all of which are comprised of 10 bites. So each recipe has 10 bites to it, and we try and pick the most salient and interesting topics that our community, which is in the region of about 40,000 entrepreneurs, SMEs, business owners, and aspiring entrepreneurs around the country, that we see are the most important and helpful to our audience. So everything from a lightweight topic, like for example, how to set up your cloud accounting, to fairly esoteric topics like artificial intelligence, where Professor Mawala gives us a bit of a glimpse of the future. And then basically, once you're in the, once you've signed up, we then send each of our community members 3 new recipes, 2 to 3 new recipes every single week. And for example, this week we have Colin Hall, who was the CEO of Woolworths. We've got Helen Ludwig speaking about yoga and movement and how important that is to your daily living. And then we've got Nyari Samashonga talking about thinking code. And Nyari, for those of you who don't know, she's the CEO of We Think Code, which is the most innovative development and programming leadership academy in South Africa. And then, you know, once you're in the mix, you can also then go and look at suggested recipes. So, for example, Brian Habana talking about what it takes to be a winning mindset, and Luanda are sort of talking about ethical business. And for those of you who don't know, she's one of the most acclaimed constitutional lawyers in the country. And then Paul Kirsten, who is the head of Workshop 17, talking about unpacking what it means to create the modern workspace. And then you can just go down and have a look at all the various things. So if you want to learn about email marketing or analyzing trends or meditation, we have hundreds of speakers talking about the most interesting and important topics that are relevant to entrepreneurs. And all of these are delivered by who we call heavy chefs, people who have dug the trenches, who've done their 10,000 hours, who eat their own food, so to speak. So somebody, for example, Sprosiso Leope, I mean, DJ Spoo is, he's one of the most entertaining, but also one of the most inspiring people that we could possibly find to talk about hustling. So if you click through to DJ Spoo's recipe, you get to a page, and as we spoke about,
my magic ingredient.
So each of the recipes has 10 bites. They're very simple, about 2 to 3 to 5 minutes each bite. And then once you go through it, you can track your progress in the back end. And once you finished it, then you can do a little test on the bite, on the recipe. And then you can choose another topic to learn in the back end. So, and I'm just conscious of time. I'm going to stop the presentation there and just say that in terms of the delegates for the summit, and obviously as part of our sponsorship, what we have done is we've allowed each and every single one of you access to the platform. So every single one of you will get access. We're going to email you with a link that you can then sign up and you can start downloading the recipes. So as part of our sponsorship, we're providing every single one of you entrepreneurs full access, including all the ancillary benefits to the platform for 3 months. So everyone gets a 750 Rand value, but also you will also get access to all the benefits that the partners of the Heavy Chef platform provide. So like Zero Software and Workshop 17 and Yoko, Retail Capital, PayFast, Xnilo, WTC, the legal firm, and so on and so on. So it's incredible value, and we're just really, really proud to be part of this initiative. Thanks to the Gauteng government just for setting this all up and allowing us the opportunity to support the real superheroes amongst us. And once again, I salute you and I thank you for your service and for the passion and zeal that you show towards this amazing, inspiring segment within our country. Thank you. Over to you, Andile.
Thank you very much, Fred. Short and sweet. I did say that I don't envy your position being at the graveyard shift, but I think you did redeem yourself in the sense that you have now made this, this platform available to all of the attendees. So certainly we truly appreciate that. And it certainly does show that, leadership, in the country really starts with us. And we do not need to rely upwards. It starts with us and what can we contribute towards that. So thank you very much, Fred, and that's most appreciated. So we have now come to the end of our session today. I certainly hope that everyone enjoyed it. I hope that there's a couple of aha moments which you took out of the session, because I did, request at the beginning that everyone make sure that they've got pen and paper. You write down all your aha moments. So I do urge that this evening, engage with those aha moments. Make sure that it's not just something that just resides on paper and then nothing happens on that. Engage with them, mull over them, make sure that there's certain action items that come out of that, because when you then come to the session tomorrow, believe you me, you will be a better person for that. So I really, really encourage, everyone to do that. So I would really like to thank all the speakers that did a fantastic job. It's not easy doing these things virtually. A lot of us depend on people's energies, but when you're at home and can't reach out to the crowd, very, very difficult. So appreciate to all the speakers. Also appreciate to all the participants, that have been part of the journey. I'll call it a journey, that have been part of the journey today. And again, hoping that it was very fruitful, very insightful, and a very thought-provoking day. And hence, you guys have stayed on for the course. And last but not least, let me also thank, all of our partners who really have made sure that today, is possible through
all kinds of sponsorships. And I hate to use the word sponsors because these are investments, right? These are partnerships. So all the corporate partners and other partners that are here are really investing in the partnership to be able to help Gauteng to grow together and grow to unprecedented levels of growth. So in terms of tomorrow morning, we start at 9 o'clock sharp. I would encourage everyone to make sure that you are able to navigate all these technical gremlins. If you could be on the platform at about 8:45, just to make sure that if there's issues, you're able to sort them out, that would be great. So have a lovely afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and see you tomorrow bright and early.